Welcome back to Sugo International Circuit, and thank you for rejoining us on the new stream. We're here for round 3 of the IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship, and you're watching the second free practice session for the ASB 1000s. This morning we had a phenomenal first session and an amazing performance by class rookie Andy Farid Izdihar, who came very close to beating the lap record, but topped the session from the man on your screen there, Haruki Noguchi, the number 73. We also had good wildcard performances from Rei Toshima, and also strong performances not far off from Zakwan Zaidi and Marcus Reiterberger. So it was an action-packed session this morning, and this afternoon's session, we've got one more to go, will be equally nail-biting, I'm sure. We've got another pit interview coming up, so we'll be going. So let's go down to Yulina.
You're still with me at Sportsland Sugo International Circuit, and I'm with Ratapong at this moment. We're just hanging out for a bit, and we want to talk about his performance for the day, as well as we remember that you recently had a race in the WSSP with Anupap, right? Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, for me it's like it's good experience for me to race in World Super Sport, and we got many information from the world class, so I try to adjust myself after come back from World Super Sport. The good thing that we can ride and with the Super Sport bike, so we come here, so I think I can adjust riding style more.
You clocked a 132.385 in the FP1 this morning, and you improved your time. How was that for you?
Yeah, for me it's like this year is second year for me to race in Sugo of 600 class. So this year we get more information and try to step by step to make the lap time faster. And we need to set up the bike and also engine brake. We improve a lot from the practice one about the setting. Maybe pre-practice we can improve more.
All the best, Ratapong, and hope you do really well this season. All right, everybody, let's get back to the show.
Thank you, Yulina. Thank you, Yulina, and welcome back to the on-track action. And it was good to hear there from Ratapong, his words about perhaps he was taking a step up by going into World Supersport. It is a really competitive class, of course, World Supersport, and competing with so many big names there will have raised his game a little bit. So let's see how that pans out over the weekend. Meanwhile, we're going into the pits here with Rei Toshima, who was an impressive P3 in this morning's first session, and indeed he's leading the timing screen at the moment. So best time so far, 1:28.562. So once again coming very close to that best ever time. And Andy Farid Izdihar, this morning's session leader, is in the gravel, and his bike looking a little bit tattered on the rear end. And here he goes, and this is at turn 1. We saw him do this. Oh, and a bit of an egg beater there for the Honda CBR 1000 RRR. So we saw him go off in similar style, although actually without destroying the bike quite so much. And so as we go here, we're just looking at Aslan Shah. Aslan Shah here, quiet session for him this morning, didn't really show us too much about what he's capable of. Best time of 1:30.24. So far today, 1:34, so still waiting for Aslan to raise his game. He hasn't been off the podium yet this season. That's Yuki Ito and Aslan coming into the pits. Yuki Ito, of course, standing in for the injured Kemin Kubo for the Gen Blue Racing Yamaha team. And Aslan comes in after just 11.5 minutes of that session. 40-minute session for the ASB 1000s. So tyre technician in the pit. Marcus Reiterberger, his teammate, is still out on track. But Aslan not totally happy with everything. He does like this circuit though. And wasn't it interesting to hear from Marcus Reiterberger, this circuit that so many people say is technical and has many challenges. He just kind of shrugged it off and said, oh, actually this is quite easy to learn and I'm already in the 129s and can do better, blah, blah, blah. So real quality there from Marcus Reiterberger, because this is not an easy track to get to grips with for pretty much anybody else. But on screen there we've got Takuma Kunimine, who is currently lying in P3, also in the 128s, 128.9 in his case. Ran very well this morning too. 129.34 was his best, so he's improved again. And Andy Farid just looking for his time, although he is out of the session for the time being after that pretty heavy crash at turn 1. But there is Marcus Reiterberger also in the pits. So Aslan and Marcus both currently in the pits. Tyre changes there, so experimenting with tyre combinations. And there is Andy Farid, and he is on. Let's just have a look. Or is that Zakwan? That's Zakwan Zaidi. Zakwan has also had a crash, so that's both Honda Asia Dream Racing, and hopefully Zakwan is just injured, but that was a pretty painful walk that you saw. It looked as though he may have hit the air fence there. So a crash for Zakwan Zaidi as well as his teammate Andy Farid Izdihar, who topped this morning's session. And after 15 minutes, in comes Takuma Kunimine. Another good performance for him so far in the early stages of this session. But a lot of work to do in that Asia Dream Racing pit, with both riders having banged their bikes up. Hopefully Zakwan Zaidi is not injured. And there is Anthony West on the Victor Racing Yamaha. So you can see Ant West out on his own. He is in the best lap in the 133s. So he's capable of plenty more than that. The bike is a little bit old and it's really quite a standard machine. So it's not at the same level as the other Yamahas in this class, like for example the Gen Blue Yamahas, but in the hands of Anthony West, they will get everything possible out of it. As he comes across again, so Yulina is standing by with Reza Danica RNs, the AP250s for Astra Honda, so we're going to go down and talk to him now.
Good day, everyone. Thank you for staying with us. So we're standing right in front of the pit of the Honda Astra racing team from Indonesia, and with me is title leader Riza Danica. Jadi Riza Danica, kamu lap time kamu yang paling terbaik atau paling baik hari ini adalah 1:41.205. Jadi kamu buat banyak lebih baik daripada tahun lepas. Daripada tahun lepas. Tapi adanya RPM cut, apa yang kami panggil RPM cut ya tahun ni. Tapi kamu masih bisa riding seperti biasa dengan RPM cutnya?
Ya tentunya setelah seri 2 kemarin, di seri 3 ini ada tantangan baru. Kita dapat potongan lagi 500 RPM, jadi total 1000 RPM buat mulai seri 3 ini sampai seri terakhir. Ya cukup jadi tantangan sih buat saya sendiri. Tentunya harus ekstra sih kerjanya, di atas motor harus lebih perfect lagi secara riding, secara setting. Ya tapi saya yakin sih masih bisa sih untuk fighting dengan rider lain yang mungkin belum dapat RPM cutting. Ya nanti kita lihat minggu ini. Saya akan berusaha sebaik mungkin.
Okay, terima kasih ya. Alright, and that's it for today with our title leader. Back over to you in the studio, Barry.
Thank you, Lena, and good to hear from the cool, calm, and collected Reza Danica Arens as ever. He's had a decent free practice 1 and 2, although we haven't seen him on dominant form, and he was referring just then to the rev cut. But in the meantime, we were watching on the big screen the Australian veteran, let's call him that, Anthony West, wringing the neck of that Victor Racing R1. But here on your screen now is the Motorbum machine of Kota Arakawa. Kota Arakawa, the rider that set the place alight on a Supersport 600 last year, finished this morning's session in 7th, but was in the 129s. And now he's threatening the 128s. So coming down progressively now as he pushes his machine around the circuit. In the technical section, just check his sector times. Not too much to show this time around. But at the top, as he has been for some 10 minutes or so now, Rei Toshima, the wild card, ahead of Haruki Noguchi. Best laps for them. In the case of Rei Toshima, the fastest time 128.562, 128.671 for Haruki Noguchi, who is currently in sector 2 somewhere. Oh, and he's had a really good sector 2, Haruki Noguchi. But we're staying for the time being with Kota. As he's pushing hard, we saw how aggressive and how fast he was on the 600 last year. And he seems to be getting faster and faster on this superbike. Another very quick Honda for a very well-established team, the Motorbum team. And Kota looking aggressive, but really, really tidy on this machine. Let's see what he can do this time. It's a decent lap. I don't think he's going to improve on his best time this time around. But decent pace, 129.7. So he comes flying up behind a slower rider there. That's the number 16 bike of Teo Yu Zhou. Teo Yu Zhou, a nice interview we had with him earlier too, when he described this circuit as scary and just showed just how much he was enjoying being in ARRC, making this step up and treating it as a learning process and just doing the best he can and enjoying the racing. that is what it's all about. Kota Arakawa enjoying himself here. Haruki Noguchi, I think, on a quick lap. Yeah, Haruki Noguchi looks like he's doing a pretty quick lap at the moment. There he is coming through the chicane, but he's backed off, so he's going to make a stop. But he did a really quick sector 1 that time around, Haruki. No doubt he can repeat it a little bit later. We're just over halfway through this 40-minute session. 18 minutes left on the clock, so plenty of time. A little shake of the head for the young Japanese. And just describing the problem there. And we're going to go back to Yulina now, who's got somebody else to talk to in pit lane.
All right, we are standing here with Honda Vietnam's Chao Vietnam, racing in the AP 250 class. Now, last year, Chao, you did 1:45.330. That was your best, okay? In practice 1 and practice 2 today, you didn't get that time. So, what is the problem?
It's by the weather, because when I go out the track, rain coming. After that, I had to beat to change the tire and go again, but the track right one again. After that, I back again to change the slick tire. Only 1 or 2 lap, and in the lap I push to get the lap time. In turn 9, turn 10, 11, rain again. So I lost the gift in the turn 10. So cannot get the best lap, but I feel we have speed to fight in the top 10. So hope in less practice in qualify we can improve the lap time and fighting with some rider in the middle of group.
Thank you so much for that. I hope that you can improve your lap time in this weather.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, thank you for still watching. Back to Bear in the studio. Don't change the channel.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, guys, and welcome back to the on-track action here at Sugo International Circuit. There is number 76, the stand-in rider for the injured Kemin Kubo for Yamaha Gem Blue ASEAN Racing Team. That is none other than ARRC favourite and hero Yuki Ito. His best lap you can see in this session was a 1:30. This morning he got into 1:29.624. So there's a lot more left there, and he does like this circuit. It also looks as though Zakwan Zaidi, who we saw crash, I just want to if we can get a sight of him on track. I'm not sure whether he's out there, but he's currently sitting 4th, now 5th, because Marcus Reiterberger has jumped up to 2nd, just 32 hundredths slower than Rei Toshima, the session leader so far. He's got himself a 1:29.087, so threatening 1:28.594 was what put him up there, I beg your pardon. So just 32 hundredths of a second down on Rei Toshima, his first time at the circuit. No sign of fatigue or jet lag after his exertions of the last week, which included racing and coming 3rd in the Spa 24 hours and then changing time zones by 8 hours and coming to this circuit for the first time. So impressive stuff from the 29-year-old German. Takuma Kunimine has just jumped up into P4. Looking here at the top speeds, probably no surprise to see a BMW breaking the speed traps faster than anyone else, but it was Marcus Reiterberger so far. So that front wheel goes really light as he comes across the line and goes top with a 1:28.299. And yes, folks, that is the fastest lap ever around here for an ASB 1000 bike, and it's been taken by a rider who's had really only a handful of laps around here. Congratulations, Markus Reiterberger. There are 13 minutes left in this session. He now has a lead of 0.263 of a second over the wild card in second place, and in the pits, Rei Toshima. That puts Haruki Noguchi into third. Takuma Kunimine, who's performing really well, is in P4. Zakwan sits in P5. Kota in 6th. Kosuke Akiyoshi in 7th. Andy Frid is the 8th and out of the action. Aslan Shah has moved up steadily to P10. I'm sure we can see a little more from him. And looking further down, we haven't seen on screen yet Lachlan Epis. Easy to spot in that bright blue BMW, but we haven't seen him yet. He is languishing a little with a 1:32.3, so 4 seconds off the best. And that is Takuma there on the 104 machine. That's Haruki Noguchi's bike in the pits. Adjustments there to the front suspension. 12 minutes remaining, so plenty of time. The technicians in the SDG pit never look like they are rushing anything, but they really get the job done, and they do it fast. The only person who looks like they're going fast in that pit really is Haruki Noguchi himself. And another rider down, and that is, can't quite make out who that is. That is Kazma Daniel. So pushing hard, so that shows you something about the issues they're having with the Yamaha. His best time was 1:31, and he crashed, I assume, just while pushing to try and get his times down. He did a 1:29.527 this morning, which was only good enough for P8. But he was threatening at the front of this field when we were here last year. So something's not right with the machine, with the Yamaha machine of Kazma Daniel. It's been that way since the start of the season. We really expected him to be challenging for the championship, but the problems seem to be continuing for the young Malaysian. Takuma continuing on his way. 25 years old, a regular competitor in the All Japan Stock 1000 class. Really making a good showing here. But the man to beat is Markus Reiterberger, the newcomer to Sugo. There we just watch Takuma coming into the pits. And back with another wild card, another quick wild card of Rei Toshima, who was topping the timing screens until Markus Reiterberger got the better of him. His best time, 1:28.562. So still an advantage at the top. Haruki Noguchi hasn't found an answer. Zakwan Zaidi and Andy Farid, who are both quick this morning, Andy Farid in particular, both crashed out of this session. And both look to have damaged their bikes quite significantly, or significantly enough to prevent them from coming out again in this session. Hopefully we'll see them later. But a lot of work to do in that Honda Asia Dream Racing pit. Impressive stuff from Rei Toshima. Third this morning, and the best of the wild cards. And last year, the best of the wild cards too. He was fourth on the grid and picked up 2 P6s. There he is in the mid 128s. So impressive stuff for the dogfight racing rider. 8 minutes left on the clock now. So if we're looking for a challenge, it could come from Haruki Noguchi, possibly Yuki Ito or Aslan Shah, or from Kota Arakawa. None of those are looking like they're on a quick lap at the moment. Rei Toshima is on another good lap. He's got really good pace, Toshima. And looking for other riders of interest here. Aslan, as I mentioned, in 10th, the 48, I think he is, year old Shinichi Nakatomi, Dunlop's chief tyre developer, is 11th, best time for him, 1:30.208. Kazuki Maeda, 1:31.174. And a miserable session for Kazma Daniel, who is out of the session after thumping his Yamaha into the air fence after recording a best time of just 1:31.689. But Rei Toshima showing us the way around Sugo, pushing hard. Like a lot of these top riders, he looks at peace on the bike, but when you look at compare the bike's behavior with the behavior of the rider, you can see just how much effort is going in. His bike paws the air again, and he completes another lap. 1:30. So I guess he's just out there learning something at the moment. It's difficult to see where a challenge is going to come to Markus Reiterberger at the moment. And down goes Rei Toshima. And he's into the foam as well. No harm done. He gets up. No harm done to him anyway. But the dogfight Yamaha is going to need buffing up a little bit. As the rear of the seat unit came off there, so let's see what happens. Tips it into the left-hander, and he was surprised by that. The front let go as he was exiting the corner, and he slid reasonably gracefully into the foam barriers. So he seems perfectly okay. Thankfully not added to the list of walking wounded. And for the first time on our screen in this session is the number 75 of Keisu, currently in P12. Haruki Noguchi is out, currently in the second sector. First sector was quite slow, so again, no apparent challenge on the timesheets, coming to the fastest ever time around Sugo for an ASB 1000 bike. And that bike is the 1XOX TKKR BMW of Markus Reiterberger. There is Keisuke Maeda. Best lap so far, 1:30.5. And the quickest riders, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, are all in the 1:28s. So Haruki Noguchi. That was another decent lap for him, not his best, but very close to it. So you can see some good pace now from Haruki Noguchi. And there is Aslan Shah coming into the pits. Another quiet session from him. Just less than 3 minutes remaining now. And he's trundling his way back in. So that's his FP2 done. We know Aslan Shah, he is a crafty rider. He does save his best to when he really needs it, like qualifying and racing. Well, he's just ridden through. Come back out again. So he will get another flying lap in. There's Lachlan Epis just going through your screen there. Number 22, the young Australian. So Aslan makes his way out. I'm sorry, that's the number 83 bike of Lachlan Epis, not number 22. Got the rider right and the number wrong. There is Yuki Ito still out there, the only representative currently for Yamaha Gen Blue Racing, with Kazma Daniel having crashed out. Best lap for Yuki so far is 1:29.3, so good pace from him. Pretty much everybody in the ARC paddock is a Yuki Ito fan. And he's doing a really good job here as the wild card, or rather the stand-in rider for his injured teammate, Kemin Kubo. I say teammate because Yuki was on hand to help out at Sepang in round 2. Another lap for Yuki. That time, 1:29.753, so showing some good pace. And Haruki Noguchi, late stages. Aslan Shah, this will be his last time around. The checkered flag will be waved in 8 seconds. And the lap that Haruki Noguchi is on. Okay, so he started. Takuma Kunimine is on a quick lap, quick final lap. Haruki Noguchi started a reasonably quick lap, so it might not all be over. That's it for Aslan Shah. 3.5 seconds off the pace. And Haruki Noguchi, he's running quickly, but not fast enough to threaten Markus Reiterberger, or probably Rei Toshima either. But Takuma, who we did see on the move a few moments ago, he's put himself up into second place. So brilliant performance by the wildcard Takuma Kunimine. And that That's it also for Haruki Noguchi for this session. He's just been bumped down into 4th position, thanks to Takuma coming up the order. Zakwan Zaidi, who crashed out, of course. Kota Arakawa. We didn't see much of him after the early stages, but he was threatening the 128. Kosuke Akiyoshi, also in the 129s. 129s all the way down to P9 with Yuki Ito.
right, guys, I have Marcus Riderberger with me, and the ASB 1000 group of riders have just paid in. Now, you broke the lap record and did a 128.299. How did that feel?
Yeah, it's really the lap record already. Okay, I don't know. I feel good. We started with the used tires, and I tried to adapt to the track, and then I jump on the bike with a new set of tire. We changed something in the gearing and in the fork, which I feel much better now. And I nearly crashed because I was too late on the brakes. But in the end, I'm happy so far. But we still can improve a lot. I feel more or less okay now with the track, but for sure there's room to improve, and we will try next session to do better.
All right. Thank you very much, Marcus. Good luck. Okay, guys, let's get back to the show.
Welcome back to day one of round 3 of the IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. And the rumble you can hear and the sight you can see is that of the underbone 150 class, who are out for their second session of the day. The first session this morning saw a lap record tumble for this class, and it went to Murabul Vitoni, the Indonesian rider. A rider who is really coming into his own form this year. So an impressive new lap record set for Murabul Vitoni. One of several lap records, in fact, that have gone in free practice, which is pretty unusual, especially as we've had mixed conditions today. Conditions are cool. If you live in Southeast Asia anyway, they're cool. It's 20 degrees. And we had a couple of showers during the AP250 second free practice session. But it's all looking reasonably bright and dry at the moment for this 30-minute session for the underbone 150s. On your screen there, you can see Dimas Juli Admoko, a really quick rider who, that's the number 202. Dimas Juli is a really quick rider who hasn't yet really been scoring the results that his ability deserves. However, he seems to be maturing as we go. And he's in front of him. I think he's got Ahmad Fazrul Sham. He looks around, and yeah, there he is. He's on the other side. Nice shot there. Nice camera work as the riders are wearing, some of the riders anyway, wearing clear visors. So you can see what's going on there as Dimas Juli ducks down to maximize the aerodynamic efficiency of this bike. Just ahead of him, he's got championship leader Wawan Wello. But the first session was all about Murabul Vitoni. And there's a rider off. It's one of the SCK bikes. That is the number 78 of, is that Nguyen Antoine? No, we'll confirm that in just a moment. No, it's Hazik Hamdan, in fact. So Hazik Hamdan off early in the session. Hopefully he'll be back. There's Dimas Juli again, being slipstreamed there by Ahmad Fazrul Sham on the number 11 machine. A little gaggle there of 6 bikes running together, going through turn 1 and now banking left into turn 2 for this technical and really quite physical first sector of the Sugo International Circuit. And there's Wawan Wello getting to the front there. Looking behind him, doesn't seem that happy. Although he shouldn't be too unhappy coming in as he does as championship leader. Just ahead of those bikes I notice are the 2 Team One for All bikes. That's the number 14, that's Pirapong Louis Bumpeng. Good to see him back for the first time this season. And Pascorn, sorry, Pacharagon. No, Pascorn, I was right first time. More Thai riders than usual in this in underbones. It's mostly the domain of Malaysians, Indonesians and Filipinos, but there are 3 Thai riders here. Nazrul Izzat sits at the top currently with a best lap of 146.7. That compares with 145.9 for that sensational lap put in earlier on by Murabul Vitoni. Vitoni for LFN H Putra 969 Indonesia racing team. We've got some Filipinos on the screen now. Number 43 is April King Riscado. There is the leader of this session so far, Nazrul Izzat. Just chasing the 3 riders in front of him for Uma Racing. So we have the Malaysian Uma Racing team and the Filipino Uma Racing team, both represented in this group on your screens right now. And I think that was Nazrul muscling his way to the front as they exited the chicane to get up the hill. I beg your pardon, it was actually April King, but now past him comes Nazrul, the number 87. But he goes in too hot and sensibly runs off. It is really difficult. It's downhill braking for turn 1, so if you do brake too late, you will really suffer a penalty, either by having to run wide, as Nazrul did, or by crashing, as we saw Andy Farid do earlier in the ASP 1000 session. But at the moment, Nazrul still atop the timesheets. He's bettered his time to 1:45.766. The bike on your left there, number 22, is John Emerson Inguito, another Filipino in this class. 17 is Haziq Farouz. So many incredibly quick riders, so many riders capable of winning in this class. As soon as you start talking about the credentials or potential of a rider, you go down a rabbit hole, because there's just so much talent in this class and so much unpredictability. A lot of the unpredictability at this Sugo circuit will come from that piece of track you were just looking at, the chicane. But the 2 of the Uma bikes, I think, are coming in. I will not complete this lap. 3 of the Uma bikes. Okay, so Haziq, Nazrul, and for the Malaysian Uma side of the garage, and April King for the Filipino side. Nazrul and April King, number 1 and 2. And there's number 73, Arash Tsunami. An easy name to remember. John Emerson Inguito is currently 5th, ahead of Ahmed Fazrul Sham. Dimash Julie, who we saw earlier and featured really well. He was P2 in the first session this morning. He is 7th. And Pirapong Louis Bimpeng, the returning Thai underbone rider, in P8 from Murabul Vitoni, and Shafiq Rasol for 1XOX TKKR. Surprisingly, Shafiq, down in 10th, is the quickest of the 1XOX TKKR riders. There is one of the Vietnamese rider, Nguyen Antoine. I think he's just gone past one of the, or tried to get past one of the Cardinals bikes. Cardinals bike belonging to number 73. And that was Arash Tsunami. There's Antoine. Antoine this morning, pretty decent showing from him, finished 15th. Talking of the 1XOX TKKR machines, here are 2 of them, Hafiz Arofa, number 24, and Shafiq Rasol with that pink number on a green background. Quite easy to spot, despite the similarity of the bikes. Just look at the colour of the numbers. Yellow is Hafisa. Is it yellow? Maybe orange. And pink for Shafiq Rasool. So the best lap time this morning was 1:45.922, and Nazrul Izzat has beaten it, 1:45.766. So another lap record. I've lost count of how many lap records we've that have tumbled today, but that's the second time in this class. So Nazrul Izzat is currently the proud owner of the Sugo Underbone 150 lap record. We haven't seen what these two guys are capable of yet today on this first day of 3. But here they come now. Afisa Rofa, the first of the two bikes through the chicane there, dragging up the hill, looking behind him, see where his teammate is. It's a lot of work for those 150 singles to haul these bikes and riders up that long hill, under the Dunlop Bridge and across the line. But this time, no threat yet from the 1XOX riders. But I have to correct myself now, because Fazli Sham, who we haven't seen on screen but has put himself into third. So the great icon of Underbone 150 racing, Ahmed Fazli Sham, is in P3, behind Nazrul, behind April King, and ahead of Hazik, who's in 4th, and John Emerson Nguita, who's in 5th. Stay for a moment with Nazrul and Hazik. Fastest lap, that should say fastest ever lap for Nazrul. And as the camera goes back, okay, as it panned round there, I thought something untoward might have happened. But no, that's April King. Seems to have a little issue with his left handlebar. Is there something flapping around there? It's hard to see. Anyway, there are 14 minutes remaining in this session, so if there is a little problem there, he's got time to pit, fix it, and come back out again. But he's going well. He improved progressively during the course of the 2022 season, his first in this class, and has put in some really good results this time around. Sorry, Bobish, I mean this season. Just looking for the results right here. The results so far for April King. A little bit of a quiet start to the season. He's had a DNF and a 10, but he has suffered a little bit of bad luck, and he is running consistently at the front with John Emerson Nguito, Pirapong Louis Bimpeng in that tussling trio there, who are just coming into the chicane now. That I couldn't quite see the number, but that could be, is that Zaidi running with them? We'll soon see. A bit of weaving going on in the group ahead of them. Yeah, that's Wawanwelo. Not Izat Zaidi, that's Wawanwelo coming through there. Wawanwelo currently 15th. Sorry, the timing screen is ticking up and down. And Wawan is in 15th currently, 4 seconds off the best time of Nazrul Izzat. This group that featured Pirapong Louis Bimpeng is growing from 3 to 5 and possibly soon to be 6 bikes. Running very close together now, these. Pirapong now at the front. And one of the LFN machines is off there. I can't see the number or tell you which one. Oh, it's Dimas Julie at Moco. So he's off, looks like a mechanical problem. But Dimas, who was up among the leaders early in the session and really quick in the free practice one this morning. In fact, second behind the record breaking at the time Moribil Vitoni is out of this session. So a bit of slow riding there. There was a warning issued by race control earlier on, but perhaps these guys weren't listening. I really think riding slowly in a chicane is making me nervous. Please don't do that, guys. Some perhaps will come in. Yeah, those four are going to come in. Strange behaviour sometimes from under the underbone riders. First two coming in are Pirapong and Pascon. Those two riders, the change of colour scheme there, they're still carrying that distinctive reddy orange colour. It's mixed in now with blue. This team one for all. Japanese-based team belonging to none other than 125 GP legend Yuichi Wii. And there we haven't seen much of him today, but that is the defending champion. He's just going out of your screen now, but that was Wayuaji Trelaksana. We're riding now with Wawanwelo and Moribil Vitoni for LFNH Putra. Didn't see which bike was behind them. Very close to touching. These riders do know each other well. Know where the limits are, but that is championship leader Wawanwelo just at the front there. And that looks like Dimas Julie behind, but I thought he was off with mechanical problems. Perhaps we'll get a closer look now. We're in the chicane. Yeah, that is Dimas Julie. So good that he's back in action. Moribil and Wawan down the order currently. Let's see if they can change that. We wait for them to stop the clock. Nothing really so impressive there. They're both between 3 and 4 seconds off the pace. Taking a very wide exit on the first part of that turn one. And coming back in so they can take a tight exit and a wide entry into the first left-hander. And I'm just having a look here for Wayuaji Trelaksana. I can't see him. But he is in P3 currently. So not like him to keep a low profile, but he's in P3 in this session, having recorded just, I think he just recorded 2 laps in the first session and was at the bottom of the timing screen. And here's a little battle here. Moribil, Fahmi Bassam and Wawanwelo. Wawanwelo currently at the front. Fahmi on the number 222. And they're all between 147 and 150. Let's see if they can make an impression, any of them or all of them, as they come up to complete another lap. No, it doesn't look likely, so they're all 2.6 seconds off the best time, which is still held and belongs to Nazrul Izzat. And that is the best lap of all time. Six minutes remaining now in this session. We stay again with Murabo Vitoni, just moves ahead of Wabamwelo. And Fami behind them. Good to have a look at Fami. First time I can remember seeing him in this class. He doesn't seem in any way overwhelmed by the quality of the two riders that he's accompanying at the moment. Just to refresh the order here, it is Nazrul at the top from April King. Wayuaji Trilaksana, third best time. Ahmad Fazl Sham, fourth. Fifth, Shafiq Rasol. Sixth, Azim Farouz. Seventh, Havisa Rofa. Eighth, Fahmi Bassam, the 222. You can see on your screen at the moment. Ninth, John Emerson Guito. And 10th, currently, Izzat Zaidi. Another lap for this trio, led across this time by Murabil. No impression yet on the top end of the leaderboard. But the three 1XOX TKKR Yamahas are all in the top 10. Fasli Sham, the quickest of them, in fourth. Fifth is Shafiq Rasol, and seventh is Hafisa Rofa. Wello goes to the front of this little group we've been following, and he wants the others to go past him. Yes, they're on the back straight. Top speeds being recorded for these bikes are in the 170 kilometers per hour range. So there's no change at the top. As we were just saying, that is the fastest lap ever held by Nazrul. He still sits at the top from April King, who's 0.9 of a second back and just ahead of Wayuaji. And we've got just over 3 minutes remaining of this free practice 2. These not making too much of an impression, but they're coming up behind a big group of riders just in front of them as they go down towards turn 1. So let's see if they can mix it up and get a tow. There's two of the 1XOX bikes at the rear of that group. I think that's Hafisa and Shafiq, just at the back of that group. So a little bunching up, with probably 2 flying laps left in this session. Wello doing a lot of gesticulating in this session. Top 10 are separated by 2 seconds. But that's in free practice. In a race, that top 10 would probably be covered by about half a second. So it does all change on race day. Somebody Somebody just ran off wide to let this group go past. Sometimes it's good to get in a group and get a tow and a slipstream to slingshot your lap time, and sometimes it's better to ride alone. For qualifying, certainly it's good to get a tow, but for the first 15 grid places, the fastest 15 in qualifying will go into the Super Pole shootout, which will determine the first 15 grid places, and that's very difficult to predict. Qualifying for these UB150s will be the next time out for them, which is scheduled for 5:30. We are running around 15 or 20 minutes behind the schedule, I do believe, at the moment, so we will need to make it up. And there's one of the UMA racing machines off there. It was a crash. It's tufts of grass hanging off the side. Let's have a look. Oh, and there he goes. It's a high side. And tumble into the foam. But nothing too serious for either the bike or the rider. And out comes the checkered flag. So the next time around will be the last at speed for these guys. These guys currently being led by the championship leader, Wawanwelo, who, as I spoke, was passed by one of the other riders in that group. A bit of chaos there at the entrance to the chicane. Nobody comes steaming in there too hot. But these riders are about to complete their session, and that was a really good lap from Wawanwelo, who's brought himself up to P2 and within 0.145 of a second of Nazrul Izzat. Nazrul Izzat, the proud holder of the fastest lap ever around the Sugo International Circuit. Notable riders to not feature near the top of the leaderboard include Dimas Juli, who had a mechanical breakdown, and outside the top 15, Nizam Haikor, Hazik Farouz, Shazras, quite a few riders that you'd have expected to have seen in the fastest 15 were missing, so we'll see what happens at the end of the day as we get into qualifying. So we've seen the lap records tumbling in this class. We saw Muravil Vitoni take it this morning, and 3 riders in this session, Nazrul, Wawan and Wayuaji, all went faster than the previous lap record. And in fact, Muravil Vitoni ended up in P4. So unsurprisingly, just looking at the timing screen here, lots of riders being asked to report to race control. That will be because of slow riding. So they will get a stiff talking to again from race control. And let's have a look. There it is confirmed. The current proud holder of the Sugo lap record, 145.766, recorded by Nazrul Izzat Bahauddin. Second, Wawanwelo. Third, Wayuaji Trilaksana. Fourth, Muravil Vitoni. And fifth, April King Moscado. Sixth, Hafisa Rofa. Seventh, Ahmad Fazli Sham. Eighth, Shafiq Rasol. Those 3 1XOX TKKR riders in 6th, 7th and 8th. 9th was Haziq Farouz. 10th, Fahmi Bassam. 11th, John Emerson Iguito. 12th, Izzat Zaidi. 13th, Pirapong Louis Bumpeng. 14th, Ahmad Fazrul Sham. And 15th, Gupita Krishna Wadana. And we're not finished yet. 16th was Dimas Julie at Moko. Very quick this morning. Mechanical problem this time. 16th, 17th, Izam Iqmal. 18th, Nguyen Antoine. 19th, Pacharagon. 20th, Pascon San Luang. 21st, Charles Shazras. 22nd, Haziq Hamdan. And Arash Tsunami Kamarudin was 23rd. 24th was Nguyen Hu Tri, and there was no time in that session for Giancarlo Maurizio. We're going to take a short break. And we'll be back in just a few minutes with the next FP Free Practice Session 2 for the TVS One Make Championship. Join us then. You're watching the IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship.
IDEMITSU IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with super bike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. IDEMITSU IRG5. IDEMITSU IRG7. Race-bred nano-tailored oil for enhanced acceleration and horsepower. Even in harsh conditions, the 7 protective benefits of septic guard technology keep your engine performing at its peak. Even a split-second advantage can change everything. Born to win. IDEMITSU IRG7.
Right, everyone, I'm standing right here with Nazirul Izzat, who nabbed P1 for the underboat 150s in Sepang circuit at the very last few seconds. And today you hit a new lap record, okay? So Nazirul dapat buat 1 minit 47.596 pada musim lepas. Tapi hari ni Nazirul dapat new lap record iaitu 145.766. Apa perasaan Nazirul hari ini?
Perasaan saya hari ini rasa alhamdulillah, mungkin rezeki saya, dan saya cuba fokus untuk pada motor saya dan untuk mencari setup, dan saya terima kasih pada mekanik juga. So tadi motor pun agak baik. Saya akan cuba yang terbaik untuk masa race nantilah. Qualifying.
Okay, terima kasih Nazirul, selamat berjaya. Alright guys, that's it for today. Let's anticipate the next race. Sit tight. Right, I'm right here with Wawan Wello, everybody, from the Underbound 150 class. Jadi Wawan, kamu dapat P2 hari ini ya, dengan 1 minit 45.911. Jadi musim ini Underbone, kelas Underbone 150 nampaknya sangat mencabar dan penuh dengan persaingan. Dan ada banyak juga kejatuhan dan kejadian yang tidak diingini. Bagaimana Wawan mengelak insiden yang tidak diinginkan?
Ya, saya coba dari awal-awal saya dari FP1 saya coba mengikuti ritme lawan-lawan saya dan saya cuman fokus menyeting body moto saya. Ya, semoga race ini bisa tetap lebih stabil.
Oke, terima kasih dan selamat berjaya Wawan. Alright guys, back to you Barry, and we'll have the TVS guys having their PQ.
Thanks, Yulina, and thanks to all of you who are staying with us for today on the live stream on YouTube and Facebook. You are back with us now for the second free practice session for the TVS Asia One Make Championship. The bike's now on their outlap. And in free practice one we had a little earlier today. It was the local Japanese wildcard rider and a very distinguished wildcard rider indeed, Hiroki Ono, who topped the session with a time of 1:38.544. Yes, that is a new lap record for this circuit. It was very much expected because the bikes have been developed considerably since we were last here in August 2022, and they're running on slicks and they've got new exhaust system, and the riders are getting better and better too. So Hiroki Ono was the fastest rider out this morning. The chief mechanic, in an interview with Yulina earlier today, said that they were aiming for a lap time of 1:38, and just to put that in perspective, the previous lap record was 1:41.903, which belonged to Hiroki Ono. Anyway, he now owns the new lap record of 1:38.544. Will he go better this time? Well, I wouldn't bet against it. So as the riders come out now and get into the session, Dekichiano Aldi, who was second fastest this morning, is leading on the timing screen with a 1:40.65. So up to 2 seconds could be shaved off that by the time we get to the end of this 20-minute session. Just under 15 minutes remaining now. Ramdan Rosley is second. Muzakia Mohammed is third, but we've got something else happening in pit lane, so let's go back to Yulina.
All right, everybody, we're back, and this time I'm with Sharul Yuzi, the team owner of Estremo Yuzi Honda team. Sharul, it's so nice to see you back in the Asian Road Racing Championships. What do you hope for this season, Yuzi?
Yeah, we already stopped 4 years, so now this year we are back. So everything new for us. This is a little bit struggle for us. So, but time to time, the rider, the crew improving a lot. So we hope today will be much better for us to set up the bike. So everything was quite difficult because here in Sugo the circuit was quite downhill and uphill. It's a little bit difficult for the rider to feel the bike is move very good or not. So that's why. But I like race in ARC because you know the culture and the spirit, everybody was quite strong. So I'm happy.
Right. So we understand that you have two riders, Shazras and Hazik, and they don't have any experience in Sugo, and you guys don't have any data for that. So do you have any strategies to catch them up as quickly as possible with the other riders?
Yeah, for sure. Because the most important for this circuit is the handling is must be good to go fast. But we our plan is just to make the rider comfortable with the circuit. So it's make for them more easier to setting the bike and to fight for qualifying and tomorrow. So I think the rider was doing very good job, doing perfect. So I think for qualifying, we have need some target for Super Pole tomorrow. So I think should be no problem. So I'm quite happy, and the rider also quite happy. So we hope for the tomorrow. This afternoon, the weather was quite nice and not raining, so it's easy for us to make more perfect day.
Thank you so much, Yuzi. And that, guys and girls, is the legendary Cheryl Yuzi. Right, so keep your eyes peeled, and we'll go back to the action on the circuit.
And yes, wasn't it great to hear from the legend Cheryl Yuzi, legend of Malaysian motorcycle racing and of course of the Asia Road Racing Championship. We're back on track now with the TVS Asia One Make Free Practice 2, and that is being led by the leader of Free Practice 1, Hiroki Ono, who's got a best lap of 139.026. He's being chased really closely. In fact, within 300ths of a second. Behind him is Dekitiano Aldi, who was second in this morning's session. So really good work being done by Deki. Behind those two, three of the really strong regular riders in this series, Muzakia Mohammed, Ramdan Rosli and Vorapong Malahuan. Vorapong is 2.4 seconds back from Hiroki Ono's time currently, and behind them is Kewe Ahmed, Arshad Rashdi and Chiran Fishwanat. Fugo Tanaka is 9th and Darren Pop Tong Yoi is 10th. As we're just looking there at one of the riders. It's a helmet I can't name and I should be able to. It's a really nice design. Is that Tayo Sato? But riders not here were, or not out on track yet anyway, Tayo Sato and Piawat Patumyos, who were involved in a pretty heavy crash this morning that brought out the red flag. So hopefully those two guys are okay. But Hiroki Ono brings the time down again at the top. And a new lap record. How many times have we said that today, guys? 138.249. That's still the holder of the lap record, but it's a faster one now. And he came in as the lap record holder before we turned the wheel today. Olin suspension, as you can see on these TVS Apache RR310s. Everything is really trick on these machines. Carbon fiber bodywork, Olin suspension. They've got brand new exhaust system to give them extra power. Now they're running on slick tires. Compared to the standard TVS Apache, they're about 20 kilograms lighter and a lot more powerful. Top speeds we're seeing here, we've seen over 200 kilometers an hour. And bearing in mind the straight here is just 700 meters, so not that long. 203 kilometers per hour. Arshad Rushdi, Muzakia Mohammed also over 200 kilometers per hour. So these really quick machines, a little faster now than the AP250s in a straight line. And there goes number 17 of Miu Nakahara, riding as a wild card this season. But anyway, good to see Miyu Nakahara back in the championship. As Hiroki Ono languidly swings a leg over the bike to get off. We'll just have a little look there at the back end of that TVS Apache RR. Looks like that tail unit has probably been used before, but you can be sure for when it comes to race day there'll be a brand spanking shiny one on there. But let's have a look and what's going on track now. And on track now is that's Chiran, the number 15, the Indian rider. Best time so far for Chiran in this session has been a 1:42.6. And no improvement for him that time around as he begins another lap. Arshad Rushdi has moved up into 5th place with a 1:41.23. So the Singaporean improving as well. And Hiroki Ono clear of Dekitiano Aldi by 0.8 of a second currently. There's Darren Pog Tongyoi, one of the Thai riders in this class. Number 14, having a look around. Is there a problem perhaps? Who knows? Anyway, we're back on with Chiran, who seemed to lock up a bit under braking as he was coming in there. The bike got quite out of shape. We don't see that as often as we used to on these TVS Apaches, because a lot of that the compression of these 310cc single engines is enormous, and it will tend to lock up, but a lot of that has been taken up and managed by the A-Racer ECUs that all these bikes use. These bikes are all the same. You just basically draw one and then make a few little adjustments to fit yourself. That's it. But we talk about Hiroki Ono. Here he is, number 16, being clear by 0.8 of a second. Dekitiano Aldi, the next best, is 1 second clear of Muzakir Mohammed. And he is 0.3 of a second quicker than his Malaysian compatriot Ramdan Rosli. Vorapong Malawan, 3 seconds off the best time. Vorapong, the defending champion and championship leader coming into this round. Another lap for Hiroki Ono. But a 1:38.251. He's achieved the target set him by the TVS chief mechanic, Mr. Kartik, we heard from earlier. So job done. Last year, Hiroki Ono took pole position. He finished first in race 1, and second to Vorapong in race 2. Fugo Tanaka went well, but he's had a quiet day so far, having missed the first session. Oh, I'm sorry, no, he only got, I think, about 5 laps in the first session. But did a 1:47 this morning. So Fugo Tanaka, we know there's more to come from him. He took 2 third places in 2022 here at Sugo. And we're riding now with Keiwa Ahmed, the number 4 machine, in 7th at the moment, 3.27 seconds off the fastest time. So these times quite well strung out, really. 0.8 from first to second, 1 second from second to third. KY Ahmed currently 7th and the quickest of the Indian riders. Two of his two fellow Indians are behind him, Jagan Kumar and Chirant Vishwanath. TVS is, of course, an Indian motorcycle manufacturer, so it would be good to see some Indian riders on the podium. There's KY Ahmed. Nothing to move the scorers, and he goes straight off. As we've said a couple of times already today, that is downhill, braking from a straight into a really tight turn 1. So if you get your braking wrong, you will pay a pretty harsh penalty. There is the championship leader, and some way off the pace at the moment, Vorapong Malawan. We know he has a special suit for Sundays and Saturdays because we have 2 race days in ARRC. So in the race he always brings out something extra. But it's a little surprising to see him 2 seconds off the best time so far in this session. Less than a minute remaining. Hiroki Ono sits at the top, clear of Dekitiano Aldi. Hiroki Ono has smashed his own lap record again for the 3rd time today, and he's gone into the 137s, 137.949 for Hiroki Ono. So that's his 4th lap record in this class. So that's really impressive. He's broken the target set by the TVS chief mechanic of 138 already in free practice 2. Dekitiano also improving. He's got himself a best lap of 139.056, so nearly into the 138s for Deki. That's 7.7 of a second off Hiroki Ono's time. So fantastic work from both those riders. Hiroki Ono does have the benefit of a little more experience. He's 30 years old now. Deki, and of course he will know this circuit rather better, more intimately than Dekitiano Aldi, the young Indonesian. So hats off too for Dekitiano Aldi for that performance. 3rd and 4th, Ramdan Rosley and Muzakia Mohammed. Just over 2 seconds off Hiroki Ono's time. And Vorapong behind them. So in he comes, definitely peerless today, Hiroki Ono. So he's really brought something special to this TVS Asia class, coming in as a wild card as he did last year. And yes, it's taking points away from the regular riders, but my goodness, it's fantastic to have riders of his quality in this field. It just sets the bar a little bit higher for everybody else. Let's just confirm that. The new lap record holder again, Hiroki Ono, 137.949. That's the lap record. And second, Dekitiano Aldi, an impressive session from the young Indonesian with a 138.682. Third, Ramdan Rosley. Fourth, Muzakia Mohammed. Fifth, Vorapong Malawan. 6th, Arshad Rushdi, 141.23 for him. 7th, best of the Indian riders, KY Ahmed. 8th, Mew Nakahara. 9th, Jagan Kumar. 10th, Darrenpop Tongyoy, Thai rider. Chiran Vishwanath in P11. 12th, Fugo Tanaka. More to come from him, I'm sure. Maybe he has some problem. 13th, Kuin Ainz Chang. 14th, no time for Tayo Sato. Again, nor for Piawat Patumyos, both of whom crashed heavily in the first session. So that's the results for the TVS Asia 1 make FP2. We're going to go back to Yulina, who's got somebody else to talk to.
Welcome back, everybody. The TVS One Make Race Championship guys and girls have just pit in, and I'm right here with Hiroki Ono, who set the fastest lap record at 138.251 today, earlier. But he set a new one of 137.949. So can you tell us about that?
So lap time not so bad. So compared to this morning, I changed some things, suspension, also riding style. So then I make a 37, not so bad. Machine feeling better than this morning. So we will see in qualifying target or maybe 36, and I don't know. But anyway, I push.
Very good.
Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you so much for today. Right, let's move on to the next rider at this moment, Jagan Kumar. And our other rider, Jagan Kumar, is here with us from India, also racing in the TVS One Make Race Championship. So Jagan, you seem a little more relaxed this time. We know that Sugo was very challenging for you last year. Can you tell us, have you been able to hit any targets for today?
Yes, my target is want to finish top 5 because this track is a little difficult for me, and also it's okay. Now better, we feel much better. And also morning session is too slippery because of drizzling track. So now I am confident to push more. So practice 2, I did better timing, and also I hope I will do better timing in the upcoming sessions, qualifying and race.
Thank you very much and good luck, Jagan. All right, back to you guys in the studio.
Welcome back to Sugo Sportsland in the Miyagi Prefecture in the northeast of Japan. Everybody, thanks for staying with us. We are getting into the third free practice sessions of the day, and the cycle begins again with the AP 250s. As we have seen in, it seems like every class in this championship, we've seen lap records tumbling, and we saw that in the second session today when Aiki Iyoshi set the fastest ever time by an AP 250 bike around this circuit with 140.695, and that was the fastest time of the day so far. Mukladar Sarapic, the Thai rider, topped the first session, but her time was a little slower than that. In fact, to be exact, it was 141.529 in the first free practice session. And yes, the time should be faster. Oh dear, as we look at a lot more slow riders there. We already had 8 riders called up to race control after the UB 150 session. And so there are going to be some after the 250s as well, no doubt. But here comes through the over the finish line is the number 41 machine of Irfan Haikal, and these riders are coming back through the pits led by Mukladar Sarapic. I don't think she's stopping. I think she's just leading a whole group of riders through pit lane. Race control do tell the riders don't stop or don't slow down on track. If you want to wait for your friends to catch up, then come through pit lane. And so a good example being set there by Mukladar Sarapic for Thai Honda. Just going out of the bottom of your screen there, and staying just within it is number 123, Reza Danica RNs, the championship leader. Reza hasn't topped the timesheets yet today. That honour has been with Aiki Iyoshi, as I mentioned, and with Mukladar Sarapic. But he was 4th in the first session with a 141.205. And in fact, the Astra Hondas haven't featured as we have seen them so far this year, and as we would have expected. But there are the 2 very quick Motul Sniper bikes of Aiki Iyoshi and Irfan Ardiancia, number 37 and number 16 respectively, chasing Reza Danica across the line. Irfan was a very strong championship contender in this class until he stepped up to 600s for one season, but now he's come back and he's really amongst it once again. Fastest lap so far for him, 141.261, having just done 2 or 3 laps. That's pretty impressive, but you can see the riders are pushing hard in these early stages. Still almost 25 minutes left. There goes Aiki Iyoshi, the lap record holder. And in front of him is Leong Nangzi on a Yamaha for Victor Racing. Leong Nangzi a little off the pace in the first session, but for most people it does take a little while to get used to this Sugo circuit. There are loads of challenges. We've got the elevation change of 70 meters. We've got all kinds of turns, adverse camber, and we're just going to go down to Yelena again, who's got somebody else to talk to in pit lane.
Right, the group of AP 250 class riders are out at this moment, and I am standing here with Mr. Wahyu, the team representative for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Now, Mr. Wahyu, there's a bit of changes for your team this season, both in the 250 and also the 600 class. Can you tell us a little bit about that and maybe share with us the strategy you have for this season?
Yes, for the 250, we are concentrate to have a podium in this weekend. So that's why from beginning, we are start to focus to get more data. And then last year in here, we got a good result with the podium. And then hopefully in this weekend, with qualifying with in the top group. And then we can get the best result. And then for the 600, we are aiming to have at least we can finish it in the top 5 to get more point and then positive result for our team also. Yeah.
Thank you and good luck to you, Mr. Wahyu.
Thank you.
Right, guys, keep your eyes peeled and don't go anywhere. Don't miss out on all the action. Stay with us.
Okay.
More insight from pit lane from Yulina, so thanks very much for that. And as we return, it's Irfan Ardiancia for the Motor Sniper Tech Manual Tech team, who is on top of the timing screen with 1:40.872. So really good lap from him, and closing in on the new lap record that Aiki Iyoshi set in free practice 1, still with almost 22 minutes remaining in the session. Reza Danica Arens has just gone better than that. He's recorded a lap of 1:40.079, and therefore I am delighted to announce that yes, there is another new lap record here at Sugo International at the ARRC, and this time it goes to Reza Danica Arens of Team Astra Honda with a 1:40.079. So the times are tumbling here in Sugo. His teammate, you can see on the screen there, number 54 is Vida Ega Pratama. Exciting young rider coming through the Astra Honda talent development system as he cruises round turn 1, looking a little bit uncomfortable in his helmet, not really on his bike, but just something not quite right. But Vida Ega, really exciting addition to this championship this year, joining Herjan Atner, who really came of age as a rider in 2022 and is one of the top riders here. Reza Danica, however, is the daddy of this class. He is leading the championship. He just missed the title last season on a countback. So, and he was the 2018 champion for AP 250. So Reza Danica is a superb light motorcycle rider, and an absolute pleasure to watch as he takes this CBR 250 RR around 3.6 kilometers and 12 turns plus a chicane of Sugo International Circuit. Who is as relaxed as ever when interviewed by Yulina earlier today. Just looking forward to getting on with it. He is carrying a rev cut because after the first round he had an advantage of more than 25 points over the rider in 6th, and that, the regulations say, mean that he has to cut the number of revs he's allowed to use by 500. That's the maximum rev limit. It is a little bit challenging, but the technicians can do a lot with remapping these bikes. It doesn't show really on his top speed. It's pretty much the same as everybody else at 188 kilometers per hour here at Sugo. Kawasaki's are perhaps slightly quicker, but there's really nothing in it, so it doesn't show in top speed. When you have a rider of the caliber of Reza Danica, probably that won't matter too much. Another 500, that might be a different story. We saw it last year happen to Andy Fadley, who really won the championship in the AP250 championship in the first half of the season, but faded when after having that rev cut of a total of 1,000 RPM off the top. So new lap record, we're into the 139s for the AP250s. We look there at Vida Egger leading this group from Irfan. Green machine, pink helmet, easy to spot. Irfan Ardiansyah just behind him, his teammate Aiki Iyoshi. And two Indonesian Yamahas who are out there to get more data and good results. That's Feroza Torakatula, number 36, and Wayu Nugroho, the number 89. So we're looking here at the times of two Kawasaki's and one Honda Vega Pratama, and also Wayu Nugroho now, the Yamaha. And we're going to go back to Yelena, who's got an update on the condition of Pasawit Titiwararak.
Right, hello everyone. We're back now, and we've just walked over to the Estimo SI team's pit, and the team coordinator, Mr. Demi, is with me here. So can you update us on what has happened to Pasawit? Is everything okay with him?
Yes. First of all, so sorry for the every fund for the Pasawit and AARC fund. In this morning, he had a crash in the first corner, and he went to the hospital, and now is checking his condition. But fortunately, it's not so big damage. So, but he needed to hospitalize several days in that. Okay.
Thank you very much, and I hope he will recover fast.
Thank you so much, and so sorry for the every fans. Thank you.
All right, thank you guys. Let's get back to the show.
Thank you, Yelena, and good to hear from that, and good to hear about Pasawit's condition. But as we come back to the track, there is another red flag. The clock stopped there at 16:46. We didn't see the reason for it. We're just looking at the bike, the Thai Honda of Tanat Long Piao, as Warrit comes in there on the East NJT Honda, but we don't know why yet. This race has been, there's one of the Boon-Siu Hondas. Gear still engaged of Irfan Heikel. So a little debris on the track, I think there. Can't see the rider, so hopefully he's walked away with no harm done. And so just need to clear the bike out of the way. So this should be just a short interruption, I think, to proceedings. One of the wildcards there in the pits, the number 24 machine of Yoshihiro Toyohara. Yoshihiro put in a best time in FP2 of 146.9. The technical specifications for AP250 are really particular to this class, so it's difficult for riders to come in as wildcards and be fully competitive. But he made a decent showing earlier. So let's just look at the results so far. So Reza Danica, new lap record for him, 139.7. So while we're waiting for the bikes to come back on track, take a look at the results here. We'll be back as soon as the action continues. So stay with us. Welcome back after that brief interruption to proceedings. The crash by Idlan Hakimi for Bunshu Honda. So we lost about 5 minutes there, but the riders are coming back onto track now. There are 16 minutes remaining in this session for the AP250s. We already have a new lap record. That number 11 there is a bike worth noting. That's the Honda Racing Thailand CBR of Tanat Long Pliao. And before we were interrupted, Reza Danica Arens was the leader and the new lap record holder from Irfan Ardiancia. And Muqtada Sarapuch, we're looking there at two Vietnamese rider, one the experienced in front, number 65, Cao Vietnam, and behind him the 193 of Nguyen Duc Tan, who we got to know when he was racing Underbones. But now both these in the AP250 class. They just went past the number 94 bike of Warwick Tong Nopakun for East NJT Racing. Warwick, a former official Thai Honda rider, but now in what really I think should be described as a satellite Honda team, East NJT Racing. So the first to complete their outlaps are the two Honda Vietnam machines. And looking elsewhere about some of the most impressive riders here, Aiki Iyoshi and Ferozi Torakatula, best Yamaha. What's interesting, I think, is that and welcome in a way, is that the Astra Hondas are not having it all their own way. So far, anyway. Urgent Atner is in 6th, and Vida Ega Pratama is currently down in 11th. You would expect that to change, but let's just see as we get some good screen time with the two Honda Vietnam riders. As regular viewers, or you may know, there are no racing circuits to speak of in Vietnam, so it is good for these guys to come into this series and experience great circuits like Sugo, like Sepang, like Buriram. We're very excited to be going soon in August, in fact, to Mandalika in Indonesia, and from there we'll go on to China and then finish the season back in Thailand in Buriram. So it's great for these riders to get experience of those tracks and to get experience of racing with such high quality riders with such a depth of international experience, even in this AP250 class. So it is Reza Danica from Irfan Ardiancia so far. Irfan looks like he's improving. His best lap now is in the 139s as well. So also under the previous lap record from just a few hours ago. So this is interesting. Here are the three Thai Hondas, led, as you might expect, by Muqtada Sarapuch. Chakrapat is behind her, the number 20, and Tanat, the number 11, is behind him. So perhaps we'll see a little bit of formation flying from these three. Muqtada was certainly on it in the first two sessions. She topped the first one and was threatening in the second one until her chain came off, which caused the delay, but she still came back in and finished in P2. So Muqtada now in third place, 0.75, and That is Jakrapat. Trundles off onto the grass. Perhaps he should have kept his eyes on Mukladar in front of him, but now so it's just Mukladar and Tanat running ahead of him. So good long shot here. Reza Danica being shadowed there by Nitian for Victor Racing. Nitian will do well to hold on to him. Or at least learn a few lines. Herjan Atna has come up into 3rd. And Vida Egger has come up into 6th. So, as seems almost inevitable, those Astra Hondas are making their way up the timesheets. Mukladar will be determined to prevent them getting too close. She comes across to complete another lap. Good pace, just 0.4 of a second off her best lap, but doesn't change the order. She sits in 5th. Aiki Oshi now up into P4. Just looking at the bike, it would be interesting to compare with some of the other Hondas. If you'll just indulge me as I think out loud, I think the bars on the bike there of Mukladar look wider than the others. Perhaps I'm misleading myself, but I'm going to look out for that as well. There goes Reza Danica. Mukladar's behind him. She's checking she's got clear track behind her. Mukladar now being pushed down to 7th as all 3 Astra Hondas get themselves into the top 4. And then Aiki Ayoshi and Ferozi Torakatula doing another good job putting that Yamaha, that Indonesian Yamaha, into P6. So let's just look at the sector times for Mukladar. This is a quick lap for her. She may be able to narrow the gap or perhaps take a place or 2 back from Ferozi and Ayoshi. Let's just see. Yes, she does. And she's bumped Herjan down as well, and Vida Egger. So, a really quick lap there from Mukladar. 140.5. Sorry, 139.9. That puts her within 0.222 of a second of Reza Danica RNs, who's riding around proudly holding the lap record. So we have 3 riders in the 139s and another 5 in the 140s. There's Reza Danica with Mukladar shadowing him. Looks as though, from this front angle anyway, as though she's catching a little bit. Braking hard, allowing the rear to step out, help her steer into the corner. She came here last year on Supersport 600 and took, without checking the stats, because I don't want to take my eyes off what's going on the screen here, but I think she took a P5 and a P6 or 2 P6s, not sure. Anyway, she was pretty competitive on a 600, but it's really good to see her back here. And there's some questionable slowing down there and letting riders past. There's one of the East bikes, that's the number 25 there of Wacharin Timon. And further back is Warrit on the other East machine, the East machines being the white and purple ones. Warrit carving his way through another 2 riders on that last turn. And the Wayu Nugroho is the Yamaha in the mix there, just behind the two East Hondas. But Wayu goes wide, so he's not going to push for a lap time this time around. And a nice shot there of the two East NJT Hondas. Firing their way up the hill. Warwick was on a 1:41 best time, and he still is. And Watcherin hasn't improved his time either. Wayu Nugroho back on it, getting back up onto this group and looking a little bit quicker than the riders in front of him. If he'll just continue to push. Not sure if his heart is quite in this lap, but this group is led by Herjan Atner. Herjan Atner currently in 5th place and 0.3 down on his team leader and championship leader Reza Danica. And we have 8 riders within 1 second of each other. And there is the leader coming into the pits with 5 minutes left on the clock for the third and final session of the day for the AP 250s. Nothing much going on with this group, just a lot of looking around. Nobody really committing. It looks like one of the Kawasaki's is going to try and make a breakaway. Or possibly not, he runs wide as well. But here's Irfan Ardiancia. There's a rider who knows what the word commitment means. He tucks under the bubble. He's quite a tall rider, so he needs to tuck in to get a good drag up this hill. He's going to come across trying to reduce the drag just by moving his left hand inside. He doesn't improve on his best time, but his best time was very, very good indeed, 139.893. And Ferozi Torikatula has joined the 139 club and moved himself up into P4 to 139.99. So 4 riders now in the 139s. And they are Reza Danica, Irfan Ardiancia, Muqtada Sarapuch and Ferozi Torikatula. Next best on a 140.1 is Herjan Atner Firdaus for Astra Honda. As we take another look there at Watcherin, but yeah, they're all just looking around. Liu Chang Mei for Moto Sniper is the other bike in the mix there, the number 33. It's been a quieter session, this one, for Chihiro Ishii, who's down in 15th. She finished the last session in 7th. Checking lap time, she was 7th with 1:43.1. Now she's 15th with 1:42.4. And so Liu Chun-mei, I think, is the first of those bikes, the Kawasaki leading them up the hill there. There's Liu Chun-mei. Watcherin coming alongside her. Kawasaki power versus Honda power. And that was Chihiro Ishii just making a move there on Watcherin. So Chihiro Ishii may have heard my comment. She's looking a lot more, one of the more committed riders in this group here. Looking at the timing screen. Decent sector times for Chihiro. But I don't think she's going to improve this time around. But she is looking like she wants to make a race of it. Haruki Noguchi rates her as a rider. Just you wait and see, he told me. But again, just a lack of seriousness in this group with just over a minute remaining in this third and final session of the day for the AP 250s. Irfan's just cruising around. He can be happy to be in the 139s. Set a good target for tomorrow's qualifying, that's for sure. Aiki Aoshi now leads to Yamaha's up the hill. They've got one more time around after this. The checkered flag will come out in 50 seconds. So when they're about halfway around this lap. So there's Wayu Nugroho, number 89, following Aiki Aoshi as they get into braking for turn 1. Ferozi behind him. Another really good session for Ferozi Torikatula on the Yamaha. We know it's at something of a power disadvantage. Although looking at the timing screens, they've got a good top end there because his top speed is one of the quickest at 190. So Chihiro Ishii going past those two manual tech snipers. One of them Aiki Aoshi, no less. So she is looking game and ready to race. There you go, cruising past Idlan Hakimi. Aiki Aoshi takes charge of this group. This is good work from Chihiro Ishii. Whether or not the times in this group are any good or not is one thing, but the way that she's fighting with the others is impressive. So as you can see, her best time 1:42.444, and she's really working it through the chicane for the final time because the checkered flag is out. And Wayu Nugroho out-dragging the Honda. So that's interesting. Up to the line there. That was a 1:43.102, so a good lap there for Chihiro Ishii. Let's just see what that does to the order on the screen. That doesn't lift her up the order, but that was a significant increase in the lap time. There is Cal Vietnam joins Vida Egger and Reza Deneka in the practice start zone. But impressive from the championship leader, Reza Danica Arens. But everybody who could threaten the order has gone past the checkered flag. Just looking at the gap, 139, we've got 10, 11, 8 riders within a second of each other, and then another 3 riders bunched together. So the difference between the lap times for these riders is closing up, as in comes the fastest rider of this session, Reza Danica. 1:41.2 is his best before this. Now he's got 139.764. So we'll have a look in a moment at the results, just to confirm those provisional results. Looking outside the top 15, in fact, Cal Vietnam 16th, I think that's about the last of the riders coming in there. And here it is confirmed. The new lap record holder, Reza Danica RN's 4 Astra Honda, 139.764. Second, Irfan Ardiancia, 139.893. Third, Milkadar Serapic, just behind him, just behind her, and in the 139 club. Ferozi Torakatula for Yamaha Racing Indonesia, 139.99. Then comes Herjan Atnafodas in 5th, 6th, Vida Ega Pratama, 7th, Aiki Yoshi, and 8th, Jakrapat Putisan for Honda Racing Thailand. 9th, Watcherin Tubtimon for East NJT Racing, 140.969. Toshiki Senda, wildcard for SDG Hark Pro, 140.9. 11th, Tanat Long Pliao. 12th, Wayu Nugroho for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. 13th, Idlan Hakimi. 14th, Warit Tong Nopakun. 15th, Chihiro Ishii. And 16th was Cal Vietnam. 17th, his teammate Nguyen Duc Tan. 18th, Irfan Haikal, who crashed in that session. Kevin Quintal, 19th for Honda Racing India. Nitian for Victor Racing, 144.14 puts him in 20th. Liu Chun Mei for Motul Sniper in 21st. 22nd, Yoshihiro Toyohara. And to finish, Leongnan Tse for Yamaha Racing MLT Yamaha, 146.6, and a 150 for Lee Rui Yun, who was pretty badly banged up at Sepang. So in recovery, I guess, on a 150. That brings us to the end of this session. So we're just going to take a short break now and see if we can find some interviews. So don't go anywhere. We will see you in just a few moments.
Right, everybody, we are here right now in the Honda Astra Racing Team pit, and I'm sitting with Riza Danica, and they've just finished the AP 250s. So Riza Danica actually broke the lap record once again with the 139.764. Jadi kami bisa lihat yang RPM cut-nya nggak ada efek sama riding kamu, okay? Langsung ya. Jadi bisa kamu kasih tahu sama kami apa perasaan kamu, apa perubahannya kali ini?
Ya, tentunya dari yang saya rasakan pastinya beda dari yang sebelumnya. Dari motor RPM nggak dipotong, terus sekarang dapat challenge 1000 RPM cutting. Ya harus lebih ekstra sih, secara ridingnya harus lebih, mungkin harus sedikit lebih push. Ya tapi overall sejauh ini setelah P3 mulai dapat feeling yang bagus. Modal yang bagus juga sih untuk besok di qualifying dan race 1.
Oke, mantap ya. Jadi kami harap kamu tetap menjadi pembalap yang terpaling cepat ya dalam 250. Terima kasih ya.
Terima kasih.
Alright guys, back to y'all in the studio. Right, everybody, we've just walked over to the Honda Racing Thailand pit, and I have with me rider number 20, Jakripat from their team. Okay, Jakripat, so I believe it is your first time at Sugo. Can you comment about your performance so far? And you got P4, right? Are you happy about that?
Yes, today I want to setting the bike for tomorrow qualify and race. I want to have more setting in here. And today I do my best. Yes.
Good. So good luck, and I hope that you will do quite well over the weekend. Thank you so much. Right. Let's get back to the action on the circuit.
Thanks, Yulina, and good to hear from Jakripat. But we're back with the on-track action here at Sugo Sportsland as we watch some of the riders crest the start-finish line at the end of their outlap. Last rider through there, number 17, is Shota Ite, who's been impressive today. He was P5 in free practice 2 earlier on with a 1:31.29. And just to do our check of the lap times and the tumbling records, let me update you there too. So for the Supersport 600s, lap record held by Kota after last year, 1:30.618. That has been broken in free practice 2 by the rider that, I think that's the rider that just went through there. Or was it? No, it's not. That's his teammate. And as a wild card there is the number 57 machine for TKKR of Sho Nishimura. But the lap record was broken by Keito Abe, who has a regular ride for 1XOX TKKR. And he shaved more than a tenth off the previous lap record. He did a best of 1:30.568. So let's see, the conditions are still nice and cool. The track's been dry for several hours now, so the conditions should be pretty close to perfect here. And just looking at our screen there, the rider in the middle of those Hondas in the red is Nakarina Tirapuvapat. 2 pretty heavy crashes for him today, so it's good to see him back out on the bike. It's made of tough stuff. He's just got into this little freight train with the Bunsu Hondas of Karl Idampawi, Azroy Hakim Anwar and Helmi Asman. And we're just going to take a short interruption and go back to Yulina in pit lane.
Right, thanks for staying with us. We've walked right over to the end to the Evolution Sports Group pit, and I have with me here Lachlan Ipis. So Lachlan, I believe that you are Australian Superbike Championships rider, right? And this is your first time at Sugo racing for the Asian Championships. What is your impression of the circuit?
Yeah, the track's really tricky. Obviously a lot of corners here are blind. The facilities is incredible, it's really good. I'm really enjoying the final chicane and the big uphill. But to be here for the first time and not getting a lot of track time, it is quite tricky just with how difficult the circuit is.
And you've clocked a 1:31.679. I believe that's your best. Do you believe that you can do better?
Yeah, of course. We missed most of FP1. Just made a mistake in the pit procedure and got disqualified. So FP2 was our first session out there, so we definitely got a lot of room to improve. Just getting the balance right, understanding these new tyres Dunlop have brought out.
Thank you so much, and all the best for the weekend.
No problem. Thank you.
All right, guys, sit tight and don't go anywhere.
Yep. Good to hear there from Lachlan Ipis, one of 2 Australian riders, of course, in this championship. The other one notably being Anthony West. Lachlan Ipis being at the other end of his career in his early 20s and making his way, but commenting again on how tricky this track can be. There was disagreement earlier when we spoke to Markus Reiterberger, who said it was pretty easy to learn. So, but I think he might be the exception that proves the rule. And there is the man to beat, you have to say, although he hasn't got the fastest time yet. It's Karol Idampawi, number 89. Championship leader, Karol Idampawi. He's fastest in the first session, second fastest in the second session, and he's currently at the top of the timing screen with a best lap of 1:30.9. So within half a second of the best. But behind him, two wildcards, Shota Ite and Yuta Date. They're in second and third currently, and Soichiro Minamoto is in fourth. Soichiro for Yamaha Gen Blue ASEAN, and Sho Nishimura in, well, he was in fifth. Now he's in 10th. Because another gaggle of riders has gone. This gaggle has gone across the line and reorganized the timing screen. So here we're just going to go back to Yulina.
Hello everybody, I'm with one of the season's toughest riders from the ASB 1000, Zakwan Zaidi. Yes. Now Zakwan, I know that the competition is very tough for you this season. How is the title defense going? And this year you don't seem to be as aggressive as you are the last few years. What happened?
I don't know. Maybe I used the number 1 a bit heavy, maybe 10 kilo behind me. But no, it's joking. Maybe I must put the 21 back, maybe faster.
Do you think that you can do better because the competition is very tough this year for you?
Yeah, I know. This year is more competitive. I think when I saw last year to compare this year, is more arrival. I also see from Marcus, also many Japan rider is fast here. I know last time I see in the All Japan. And yeah, we need to find something that we can go faster. But I believe our team is the stronger one, and hopefully we try our best.
Thank you very much for your time and good luck. All right, everybody, sit tight and keep your suits on. We're going back to the circuit.
Thanks very much, Yulina. And it's good to see Zakwan on his feet and smiling, because that was a heavy crash that he had in FP2. Oh, and not again. That's Nakarin off the track there for the third time. But while all that was going on, we have a new lap record. And it is, surprise, surprise, it's Karol Idampawi Super Kip gets the fastest lap ever around the Sugo circuit by Supersport 600, 1:30.503. So lap record's broken again. Until a few moments ago, it lay with the rider that you just saw on your screen, with Keito Abe. So Keito needs to go out and get it back again if he can. Meanwhile, Kip's teammates, Helmi Asman and Azroy Hakim Anwar are in 6th and 7th place. And they're taking a nice close-up shot there of Helmi Asman. Best lap so far of 1:31.116. So about half a second off the best time, 0.6 indeed. As Soichiro Minamoto comes into the pits, followed by Helmi Asman, 22, followed by 32. And just looking down the timing sheet here, looking for, let's see, okay, so pit for Helmi Asman. That probably means that Kip and Azroy will come in soon. Got 19 minutes remaining in this session. So they've come in slightly earlier than you might have expected. But again, as you see in all the really good pits, a lot of work going on, and it doesn't look like they are really working so hard, but it's precise and it's quick. And here comes over the line here. Kito Abe, until a few moments ago, the lap record holder here. Kito currently on a 131.2 is his best of this session. Previous best was 130.568. And looking down there at Sho Nishimura, number 57, who was in about fifth place, third place indeed earlier. Now down in 11th with the best time of 131.32. And there's the wild card. So there we go. Sho Nishimura looking confident and going pretty well. There's a lot of riders here, a lot of wild cards. The wild cards are getting amongst some of the very best riders in this championship. Shota Ite, Yuta Date, Kengo Nagao are all in the top 6. As Nishimura pushes up the hill and under the bridge, a part of the track that Lachlanipis was saying that he liked. And he hasn't improved. Good track time for him. Soichiro Minamoto has raised himself into second. Asroy's moved up into third. Shota Ite and Yuta Date complete the top 5, and those top 5 are all in the 130s. There is Soichiro Minamoto, Gen Blue Racing Yamaha. He's got a really good chance of podium finishing this weekend. We've seen him do it before as a wild card at Suzuka, for example, in 2019. There's one that springs to mind. And we're on board now. Who are we on board with? We're on board with Soichiro Minamoto. Getting nice and close to the asphalt there with the camera. Soichiro pushing on here. Helmi Asman. That looked like he was on a good lap. That's faded. Let's look at Soichiro Minamoto. Another decent lap coming up for him, I suspect. He hasn't broken any sector records yet, but all personal bests. But this is looking like a really good pace for the Japanese Gen Blue Racing Yamaha rider. Further down, looking at some of the regulars, Adananta Putra is in 13th. Gary Salim in 14th, 15th Panason Kausonti, Ratapong in the pit. Nothing to see from him in this session. Soichiro puts in another decent lap. Helmi Asman P7, not looking threatening at the moment. Nakarina Tirapuvapat has done well to come back from 2 crashes, but it looks like he was involved in another incident by the chicane a few minutes ago. So he's having a really tough weekend. So with half the session remaining, about half the riders are in the pits. They include our leader, Karolid Mpawi, includes Azroy. And so I'm guessing, if I can find him on the timing screen, that includes Helmi as well. Helmi is somewhere in the split on the timing screen, so I can't see whether he's in the pit or not. No, Helmi is out on track. But we stay with Soichiro, so let's look at his sector times. Nothing special again here, but good pace. Good consistent laps coming in now from Soichiro Minamoto, which bodes well for the race. So it's quite a good shot to give you an idea of where the pit exit is here. Here we go. Another lap. Another 131, 131.33. So, as we were saying, really good pace here for Minamoto. Now with Kito Abe. Kito Abe, quieter this session, best time 131.214. Although his time from earlier, 30.568, would have put him, will put him second on combined times. Just looking at the repaired Honda there of Andy Farid Izdiha that we'll be seeing next. As we go back with Kito Abe in the Supersport 600. He's got his wildcard teammates some way behind him at the moment. There is Azroy, I do believe. No, I beg your pardon, it's Karalit Pawi. And we have a special guest who's just walked into the commentary box, none other than the great baritone of motorsport, Mr. Des Corkill. Des, what are you doing here on a Friday?
Enjoying Sugo and enjoying seeing how the wild cards are going to get on. We're already seeing Shota, the car number 17. Rotating Shota is making a bit of an impression, half a second down. They're in the 130s, which for the Supersports 600s is pretty good.
Okay, so my thanks to my friend and fellow commentator Des Corkill, who detected a little cracking in my voice apparently. So I'm just going to take a break and a drink, and I'll be right back for the ASP 1000 final practice session of the day. Thanks, guys.
As Azroy Hakim goes on his practice, this is the third practice for the Supersport 600s. Azroy Hakim Amwa for the Bunchu Honda team. He's third fastest at the moment. He's on an out lap. Karalit Pawi is the fastest in qualification, or sorry, in practice so far today. It is all a prelude to qualification and the two races that we've got over the weekend. A best lap of 130.9 for Azroy as he's coming into sector 3 at Sugo. Lovely undulating course in the north of Japan. The weather is overcast at the moment. There is a promise of rain. You can see the green patches in the background as Azroy comes round the chicane. And then the long climb up the hill. Seems to go on forever, this long hill. And he'll just appear over the top. His best time is a 1:39.57. one's a little bit outside, almost a second outside that time, so still learning about the best way to go around this course. Just under 10 minutes, 9 minutes remaining in this third practice for the Supersport 600. We've got the Superbikes 1000 to come at 4:40. It's been a couple of spills. There was a red flag in the AP 250s earlier on. Nasroy on a second flying lap here. He's third fastest of those out on the track. Khalid Mpawi a 1:30.5, 3/10 ahead of Minamoto, the Japanese. The wildcards in Japan will make a real difference. They can rather spoil the pitch. And as we mentioned, the wildcards. Here's Kito Abe, who isn't a wildcard, and Minamoto is alongside him, but Abe will know this circuit like the back of his proverbial hand. Again, these guys are on outlaps at the moment. Shota Ite, bike 17, 4/10 down. He's one of the wildcards I was talking about, who could be in a position to take valuable championship points. In the 600 cc's, Khalid Mpawi is the championship leader over Chip Nakarin. Ratapong Willarat yet to spend any real time out on the circuit at the moment. Panasson out there at the moment. Not been the quickest day today. Maybe the atmosphere, the weather just reduces the grip on the tyres as Abe comes round. 6.5 minutes. I'd imagine most of the guys would want to be getting out there to put a decent kind of a lap time in. Like 17 is Shota Ite. He's fourth fastest at the moment. Let's just stick with Shota for now. He's on a fast lap, 1:30.9 his best. He's got a bit of a drag there, a bit of a pull from Panasson. Goes on the inside of Panasson, who then puts in a little bit of racing during practice. That's always a bit of fun. Shota enjoying the pull. Panasson has only put in a time of 1:32.4. So let's see if Shota Ite is able to improve on his 1:30.9. It's all about getting yourself into a good position for qualification, making sure that the mechanics are right, that you've got the right tyres. But Sugo, notorious for its sudden changes of weather. And Shota Ite posts a time of 1:32.1, 1.6 outside of his best time of practice. He still remains in fourth position. Just about half a second down on Khalid Mpawi. Kip at the top, who's really returned to form. A couple of wins this season. In fact, 4 podiums out of 4 for Khalid Mpawi. Ite for the Aquino Speed team. Now there's Chip Nakarin in front of him, 41, as we stick with Ite. There's an Ite and an Ito. And those three are working with each other. Chip Nakarin is fourth fastest at the moment, a 1:31.183. All three are on fast laps. Just under 5 minutes remaining. We will expect to see more bikes out on the circuit. And Chip Nakarin is looking in good form. Little wobble, but nice lean into the corner. And he's taking Ite with him. Ite just eases off as they come into this terribly difficult chicane, and then you've got to get a good drive out up the hill. This can cost you such a lot of time if you get it wrong, but Nakarin's done pretty well. He's got to drive up the hill. Best time for Chip Nacker in a 1:31.1. I suspect he's going to get the better of that. No, he's not. A 1:31.8. That's 1.3 out the best time. And Shota Ite, another in the 1:31s. All the racers having a little bit of difficulty in improving their practice times from yesterday. Kito Abe is one of the guys out on the circuit at the moment, as we again just stick with Shota. Now then, 21. Adananta from the Astra Honda Racing Team. Yeah, he's pulling out of that one. It's not going to go right for him on this particular occasion. There you go, that's a glorious shot as they come up the brow of the hill. And we've lost a couple of races there in previous years. It's a long old haul as we are on board with 89 Carolyn Powie, who's back out on the circuit. So the championship leader and the fastest in practice. He's coming out for the final 2.5 minutes to see if he can improve. He is first position, a 1:30.5. Not the fastest we've seen by any stretch of the imagination. Andy Farid posted a 1:30.6 in the race, so improving on last year's times, which are record track times, but we've not been back at Sugo that long in the Asia Road Racing Championships, so we can expect the records to drop fairly quickly. But this looks a pretty solid, pretty compact lap from Carolyn Powie. The chicane, nice entry. What kind of a drive up the hill does he get? He's on the throttle pretty early, but it just seems to go on forever. 1:30.5 is the time to beat, and he's not going to be too far away. 4/10 out. But he's looking really, really composed this season, Carolyn Powie. He won and had a second place in Buriram. He had a second and a first at Sepang. And here he's fastest in practice. He's looking fit off the track as well. And nice and composed. Oh, he's gone a little bit wide there. That might cost him a few hundredths of a second. A little bit of a wheelie to celebrate, and as he goes past Xia Juntong, the Chinese entrant for Victor Racing. Xia Juntong looks to have given up that lap. Carolyn Powie will be looking to get inside that 1:30.5. Earlier on today, we had an instance for right, let's see the entrant. In and out, nice and tight. It's a consistent line. Easy to do that when you're racing on your own. As he comes up the hill, there's the shot. Again, it's looking pretty good. 1:30.5, and he's just outside it once again. But it's an almost identical time to his previous lap time. So if you're looking for consistency, Kip is the man. And Bunchu Honda Racing will be happy with the performance that's going up there from the Malaysian. He's not a young Malaysian anymore. As the session comes to an end, and Carolyn Powie will be the fastest in practice. Minamimoto with local knowledge, 3/10 down. Ajay Hakim Anwar, we saw him out on the circuit, 0.45 a second down, but this is the man who will take the form into qualification. It's always good. It suggests that your engineering package is right, that you've got the setup right. But in Sugo, as in with all the Japanese circuits, that the rain can come in and spoil all the best laid plans, but all you can do is plan. And Kaolidin Paui has made a fine effort. He is on another lap here. He just got through the start-finish line before the checkered flag, and so I think this one will count. 130.5. He's been 131 dead, or 130.9 for his last 2 laps. He's got the chicane to negotiate as he comes around the 110 R-corn and then up the top of the hill. Right, again, 130.7, so really consistent. 3 good laps from Kaolidin Paui. They don't improve his practice time, but he will take the honours in this practice session. Glorious setting as they come up the brow of that hill, nestled beautifully amongst the trees and the foothills in the north of Japan. But that means that the weather can be very, very changeable. Kaolidin Paui, 130.5, the official fastest in practice 3. Minamoto, the Japanese for Yamaha Gen Blue Racing, 130.8. What's that? 6 racers beating 131, including Yuta Date from Akino Speed. Look out for him. Kyoto Abe and Shota Ite. So Ite and Date both wild cards, as is Kengo Nagao for Team Kenken, 131.028. Helmi Asman for Bunshu Honda, alongside Azroi Hakim and Kaolidin Paui. They are the best of the Malaysians. Ship Nakarim, got to be content with a 131.1 for P9. Galang Hendra for Yamaha Racing Indonesia, again not quite at the pace. Sho Nishimura, another of the wild cards for one XOX TKR Racing. Ito for Motoboom Honda, a local Japanese Honda team. Panasorn for Honda Racing Thailand in 13th. Adananta Putra, he'll be hoping that Astra Honda, him and Kerry Salim, will both be hoping for better fortune when it comes to qualification tomorrow, as will Andy Mohammed Fadli. His season of frustration as he steps up to the 600s continues for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Ahmad Afif Amram also stepping up for Yamaha Gen Blue at 132. Ratapong Willarot, no time set today. Xia Juntong, the Chinese racer for Victor Racing Yamaha, 135.891. He'll just be looking again to put in a reasonable time during qualification, but problems for Yamaha Thailand Racing and Ratapong. Okay, we'll just get a little bit of reaction to the practice. It's been rather fun just sitting in, and we'll send you back to Barry, who's been working very, very hard. The weather, Barry, the weather, it could come in and all the best laid plans of these teams could be rendered irrelevant come the weather tomorrow.
Well, yeah, it can, and it did a little earlier. Sorry, one more time. Yeah, so my thanks to Des Corkill very much for giving me a little break, enough time to...
You sound a lot better, mate. You sound a lot better.
And eat a banana. So we're good to go for the next session coming up, which will be the ASB 1000s.
The wildcards in the 600s could have a real say, and they could clear the pitch a little bit for the overall championship. And let's go down to Yulina for a little bit of reaction to the practice session we've just been witnessing.
Welcome back, everybody. We're still at Sportsland Sugo Circuit. This time, we are at the Bunshu Honda Racing Pit, and I have with me Super Kip. We just finished the Super Sport 600 session, and you clocked a new lap record again at 130.5. So, how do you feel about that? You've been very consistent this time around.
Yes, in the practice too, I was struggle to keep my pace, and then I don't have so much the grip on the rear, and always always lose the grip when open the gas, also in the braking and the braking stability also. So in the practice 3 we change something set up from the rear, and also we play a bit with the electronic, so it's quite working well, and I can keep my pace better than this morning, so that was quite positive thing for me.
Thank you so much. You did really good today. Right, guys, let's get back onto the circuit. We've got a couple minutes. Hold your breath until the ASB 1000 guys head out.
Bless your heart. And you join us again for free practice 3 of the ASB 1000. We were just there in the pits with Azan Shah and Marcus Reiterberger. Marcus Reiterberger has got the fastest time. In fact, he's one of many lap record holders today, but he's done the fastest time ever around here. And this is his very first visit to Sugo. And unlike everybody else who's come here for the first time, he said it's pretty easy to learn, which is kind of interesting. So he is the fastest man around here today and ever. And there is the veteran, now we can call him, Anthony West, for Victor Racing. He's enjoying his time here with Victor Racing team. The bike isn't really competitive on the same level as the factory supported machines that he's facing, but he's got a really good relationship with his team and he's enjoying his racing, and it's great to have him back in the paddock. And we know that he'll wring the neck of that Yamaha R1 and get every ounce of performance that he can out of it. And there's a beautiful shot here of Sugo nestling in the mountains of Miyagi Prefecture. A couple of riders on screen there have mixed days. Haruki Noguchi came in very determined to make the most of, get as many points as possible, i.e. 50 from 2 races, from 2 race wins in this round at Sugo. But he was 4th in the previous session with a best time of 1:28.8. So that was 0.6, almost 0.6 behind Marcus Reiterberger. And the rider behind him, Andy Faridis Dihar, who was sensational in the first free practice session for ASB 1000, had a heavy crash at turn 1 and missed the rest of the session. So he's back in as well. Casper Daniel, who was really strong here last year, he had a crash as well in free practice 2. But you can see there, Haruki Noguchi, you can see from the body language, he's got absolutely straight onto it. There's a bike in for repair there. Let's just take a look, and that is Zakwan Zaidi. He's already been off. That must have been on his outlap. And so that is the second crash of the day for Zakwan Zaidi. The first one looked pretty heavy, then we saw him interviewed with Yulina, and he looked relaxed and happy, but that's another setback. So 2 crashes for the champion. So Haruki Noguchi into the chicane. Aggressive throughout this lap. Good sector times. Expect he's going to improve. And he comes across the line and stops the clock at 1:30.002. So 0.8 off the best time so far, which had been set by Kota Arakawa. Kota Arakawa, the Super Sport 600 sensation from 2022. And there is another bike down, that's Rei Toshima. The bike of Rei Toshima, the number 67 in the hoardings there. And so another crash. So it does beg the question about track conditions right now. So far as we've seen no sign of rain flags or of rain, but something seems to be amiss in this early session. But impressive stuff from Kota Arakawa to put in that very fast early lap. 129.785 for him. Hopefully that bike's out of harm's way. Is this the... So here we can see what happened. Oh! So he went down. It looks like he was spat off the bike. Went over the high side and the bike slammed into the hoarding there. We haven't seen the rider yet, but hopefully he's... yes, he is. There he is, walking away. He looks like he's in a bit of pain. Hopefully it's no more than a winding and a bit of a knock. But Rei Toshima has been really impressive today. Second fastest. And there at the front of that group, the number 83, the distinctive greeny blue aquamarine, maybe colour of BMW of Lachlan Epis. He's got Kota Arakawa just behind him. And the number 12 a little further back there. Number 12 a little further back is Kosuke. Takuma Kunimine, another of the impressive wildcards from this morning. Now leading again in this session, just jumped to the top of the timing screen with a 129.081. So more outstanding work from Takuma. Lachlan Epis really on it this time. He missed a lot of free practice 1. This is his first time here. So he takes a wide line around the outside of Takuma. So with Takuma's speed around here and Takuma's experience around Sugo, Lachlan Epis should be able to lift himself up the timing screens. Takuma goes through. So there goes Takuma, followed by Lachlan Epis, followed by Kosuke. But we've got Yulina in pit lane, who's going to be talking to Li Ruiyun, the Taipei rider.
But right now, I'm at the EEST NGT racing team. It's a Thai team, however, they have a Taiwanese female rider with them, Li Ruiyun. Now, I believe that you crashed in Sepang, right? And you got injured. How do you feel now?
他问你就是说你在雪邦摔车，他问你现在感觉怎么了？
我现在就是上次雪班摔得很严重，然后脚韧的那个脚踝的韧带有受伤，然后还在恢复，就是走路啊，还有一些都有受限，就是希望可以努力把车骑好，然后安全可以完赛这样子。
She trying to say is because she still haven't recovered yet, so she is trying her best to take the race for Sugo. Yeah, so still need some time.
I understand. Okay, so what did you injure? Which part of your body did you injure when you crashed?
你哪里受伤？
我那时候摔的时候是整个手、整个腿到膝盖，然后现在整个这个脚踝到还没完全好，就剩下脚，但是就是很不方便，走路都没办法转，对。
So when on Sepang is supposed to on the right hand side from the hand to the leg. So now it's only left here this part angle. Yeah.
I'm so sorry, and I hope you recover faster. 加油！谢谢，加油！加油！ Okay. All right, guys, we're done here for now. Stick around, more to come from the ASB 1000 guys right over in the circuit.
And thank you, big thanks to Yelena for that interview with Li Ruiyun. There'll be more from her shortly. She's going to go across to the Honda Asia Dream Racing pit to have a word with, see what is happening with Zakwan Zaidi. See both those Honda Dream Asia bikes currently in the pits. And while we were away talking with Li Ruiyun, Kota Arakawa returned to the top of the timing screen with a best lap of 128.466. Not so far away from the 128.299, which is the new lap record set by Markus Reiterberger in free practice 2 a little earlier. Takuma Kunimine, who was second in free practice 2, is second currently in this one. There we're having a look at Kota Arakawa 54, and we have just heard that Zakwan Zaidi is returning to the track, so that's good news. But just as we say that, we have a red flag with 28 minutes remaining on the clock. We don't know why it is, but there's been quite a bit of attrition today. Now we've seen that already. That's Rei Toshima, who's sitting at the side, so it's not him. He crashed about 10 minutes or so ago. Zakwan back in the pits. So a little more work to do for Yelena, I suspect, to sort out what's been going on there. And we've got an interview now with Zakwan, so I think we're going to go to Yelena now.
We've just walked over to the end of the pit of the Honda Asia Racing Dream Team, and we have with us right here Zakwan Zaidi, who was just about to leave, but they've red flagged the session, so he's here right now. Now, Zakwan, can you tell us what happened just now?
I don't know. Feel strange with the feeling. Also, we have a new type of the tire. I feel I need to understand the tire. And in the FP2 I crashed, and this time just out and feel crash again, and I feel strange the feeling. But yeah, we need to find something that we can improve. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much, and we hope that you do better in the next few days. Yeah. All right, guys, stick around and sit tight, and let's see what happens next at the end of the day.
And many thanks. Although Zakwan didn't really seem to understand what happened. And you can see a good deal of paintwork has been damaged there, so that'll need a bit of buffing up before race 1 tomorrow afternoon. And we're just expecting pit lane to open again in just 2 minutes' time. There may have been some debris on the track from Rei Toshima's crash. We haven't seen any other reason why the red flag will have come out. So hopefully we'll be back in action soon. And let's just note while the riders are in the pits that Kazma Daniel, who's had a pretty difficult day, let's say, is into the 129s as well. Got himself into 6th place. We know he can go well around here. He was very much in the mix last year, qualifying 2nd and taking a podium in race 1, a P3. So we know Kazma can do it here if his bike is in good condition. And there is one of the Blue Crew Yamaha R1s. I think, yeah, that is the Kazma's bike, the number 27. So we're going to go back with Yulina now.
Welcome back, guys. We skipped over to the Yamaha Gen Blue Racing Team Asia, and I have Kazma Daniel with me, who is also a Moto2 rider and competing in the Asian Championships right now. Now, I believe, Kazma, that you are racing in both championships. It must be very difficult to juggle both of them, right?
No. Repeat.
Okay, kau kan tengah racing dalam dua-dua kejuaraan Moto2 dari Moto2, dan kau tengah race championship ni juga. So susah tak nak jaga dua-dua?
Firstly, memang yeah, it's quite difficult also because the Moto2 and this bike was different. Moto2 is a prototype bike and this was a production bike, and then for change riding style, yeah, need some time to adapt because I also have a struggle in FP1 and FP2 and I have crash in FP2. So now in FP3 we try to many things, and I hope everything is going well.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Kazma. All right, guys, back over to you guys in the studio.
Thanks. Thank you very much. And it's good to hear from Kazma Daniel, who is a very busy rider these days with Moto2 duties as well, and such a different discipline from riding superbikes. And here we are back with the superbikes, and there is the 2019 champion for 1XOX TKKR BMW, Aslan Shah Kamaruzzaman. He does like this circuit. It was the only track last year where he really said that he had a good time, even though he also managed to injure himself. We haven't seen anything like what he's capable of so far, but we do think that Aslan Shah will get his act together before qualifying. If he doesn't, then we might have a repeat of last time out when he fought his way through to from the back of the grid to the podium. But it would be good to see him starting further up this time. There is the bike, the Gen Blue racing bike of Yuki Ito, number 76. Although we send our best wishes to Kemen Kubo for a fast recovery for that pretty nasty arm pump problem that he's been having. At the same time, it's good to see Yuki Ito able to step back in. A real favourite in ARRC. Everybody has a Yuki Ito story. But here comes the surprise package. I think we're going to call him the surprise package because we don't expect somebody to finish a 24-hour race on the podium and then travel halfway around the world. And here's another one down. So that is Takuma Kunimine, I beg his pardon, the number 104. So he's into the foam barrier as well. He's got the bike back up, probably, hopefully, no serious damage. Takuma has a few layers gone off his leathers. But it looks like he'll be able to at least ride it back to the pits. That's Kunimine for Toho Racing as we go back now to Markus Reiterberger. Best lap so far, 129.129 in this session. And that is 0.6 off the best lap of Kota Arakawa, but Markus Reiterberger stands at the top on combined times with the new lap record that he set in free practice 2. As he bangs that BMW through the chicane, left to right. These are big, heavy bikes to maneuver around. You really have to leverage on the bars, move your body weight around, and as we probably can all see, Markus Reiterberger is quite a tall rider, so that does give him a little bit of extra leverage. But there's a lot of physical effort in changing directions because, of course, motorcycles just want to do one thing, and that is go in a straight line. There's Aslan. He shouldn't need... So Markus Reiterberger chasing Aslan now, so that's quite interesting. Let's see what happens here. That should encourage Aslan on to greater things in this session. So 130.3 chases 128.3. And sure enough, Markus is closing in and having a look up the inside. Aslan's not ready to let him go through now, but he will as they get into the chicane. Kind of a gentlemanly move there from Aslan, but Aslan would probably do well just to hang on to the tail of his German teammate, just to see where he's making up all that time and to give him a bit of encouragement. Be good to see Aslan higher up the order than in ninth place, where he currently sits. Haruki Noguchi also having a little bit of a quiet day. The body language in his pit box wasn't that happy, and he looked pretty serious when I saw him in the paddock a little earlier. But we know that Haruki is one of those riders that turns up with a lot of extra power, personal power on race day. There goes Yuki Ito. There goes the wild card. Chiuyu Joe. Sorry, Chiuyu Joe is not a wild card. He's a regular rider, but new to Sugo. And another one who commented on this track. He described it as scary. What does that mean? It means it's got blind corners. It means it's got blind crests. It means it's got corners that you have to brake while you're hurtling downhill. Plenty of challenges here at Sugo, or the international version of the Sugo circuit. There's Kazma Daniel, Chiuyu Joe. They both race in Malaysia, so know each other. This will be a good learning experience for Chiuyu Joe, who is really enjoying the experience of racing at this level and what he's learning from doing it. A terrific attitude from the Malaysian privateer. And his best times so far in this session, 140.483, and earlier 141, so he is improving, which is really what he's set his stall out to do, keep improving. And here goes Kazma. Not a particularly quick lap, the last one, but it's good to see him out there and trying to gain some rhythm. He does need to do that. His trajectory at the end of last season was very much as a genuine championship contender, but things haven't quite gelled between him and that R1. And let's say a big thank you for the Dunlop tyres to this man, Shinichi Nakatomi, the Dunlop test rider, who is running his preferred combination, as we saw earlier today, of a hard front tyre and a soft rear. Best lap for the 48-year-old is a 1:30.835, which is not too shabby at all. Markus Reiterberger has moved up to the top with a 1:27.884. So, guess what? Guess what, everybody? That is a new lap record for Markus Reiterberger. But 1:27.884, that's a big chunk off the last one. That's almost half a second, 0.4 of a second off his previous best. And he's knocked Kota Arakawa off the top. Also have to comment on the impressive performance of Kota Arakawa. He's sensational in Supersport this year. You never quite know how people would transition from Supersport to Superbike. But Kota has done it well. He's clearly a very talented and aggressive rider. They do know how to produce them in Japan. But there, we're just taking another look there at the tyre man, Shinichi Nakatomi. Haruki Noguchi is in the mid 128s now. Best time 128.479. And let's see, Haruki Noguchi is pushing on this lap. That was a quick sector 1 from him. Shinichi Nakatomi's giving it a go too, isn't he? So here he goes to complete another lap. Currently in P9 with a best of 1:30.222. And we're with Kota Arakawa, followed by Andy Farid. Izdiha set a new lap record this morning in free practice 1. The class rookie crashed at turn 1 in FP2. But there he is back again on the Honda Asia Dream Racing with Showa. CBR 1000 RRR. I think he's got 3 R's. Andy Farid currently on a best time in this session of 1:29.737. Another impressive wildcard we haven't mentioned too many times in this session is Kosuke Akiyoshi. He's on a 1:29.773. Aslan Shah's moving into the 1:29s. So that's good to see. He's now 8th on the screens. Two really impressive young riders on the screen there. Kota Arakawa and Andy Farid Izdiha, the Japanese and the Indonesian. Haruki Noguchi up into P2 now. Half a second, almost 0.6 of a second adrift of Markus Reiterberger. So Haruki Noguchi very much making his presence felt after a quiet couple of sessions by his standards. Still 16 minutes remaining in this session. If it seems a little long, it's because there was an interruption for a red flag. As we're on board now with, or rather watching Andy Farid. This is a good lap for him. Let's see as he's in the final sector. So he's on a best time of 129.737. His first sector one, it's not too bad. Just keep an eye on him as he comes through sector 2. Respectable. I don't think he's going to do much to upset the timekeepers or disrupt the timekeepers, I should say, this time around. Kota Arakawa pushed down into third by Marcus Reiterberger and then by Haruki Noguchi. And I think we just saw in the background there Anthony West coming into the pits as we plunge down into turn 1 with Kota Arakawa. That was another good lap time from him, 128.7. So Arakawa got good pace. This lap for Arakawa, decent first sector, okay second sector. Don't think he's going to displace Noguchi or Reiterberger this time. But some good consistent race pace being shown there. Back in the pits again, spent a lot of time in the pits today, that machine of Zakwan Zaidi. Another lap about to be completed by Kota Arakawa, but it looks like he's probably going to come into the pits, or is he? Yes, he is. 13 minutes remaining, so still plenty of time for the order to be upset. And talking about upsetting the order, let's take a look at Haruki Noguchi. Haruki back out on it. I don't think this is going to be a fast lap for him. Well, not by his standards anyway. And you can see, as for most of the Hondas, and indeed most of the field, he's running a hard front tyre and a soft rear. Here he comes to complete another lap. That one's good pace, 128.9. Second off the best, but decent race pace. And he begins another lap. It's really important for championship leader Haruki Noguchi. He sees it as really important to pick up a double win if he possibly can here at his home race, because the end of Sunday marks the end of the first half of the season for the IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship, and he will want to go into the second half with a big lead if he possibly can. And there are plenty of Japanese wildcards here who could help him to do that. Because if the likes of Arakawa or Kunimine or Reitoshima get in the mix, get between Haruki Noguchi and, say, Zakwan Zaidi or Aslan Shah, then that would be a big advantage for Haruki Noguchi's championship bid. As he hauls his bike through the chicane and up the hill. Another lap, another 128. A little bit faster than last time for Haruki Noguchi, but still 0.54 off the best time of the day, which has been set by Marcus Reiterberger. Looking at top speeds, the two fastest bikes out there are Reiterberger's and Noguchi's, both on 279.793. How strange, they should have exactly the same top speed. Although looking down at these top speeds, there's something not right about those stats. because there are a couple of riders in the top 5 showing top speeds of around 200, which can't be right. Okay, so here comes Kota Arakawa again, currently sitting 3rd. Now we're into the last 10 minutes of this session. There is Yuki Ito on the number 76 Gen Blue Yamaha. He's going to zip up the inside of Zakwan, who's probably on an outlap. Kota Arakawa a few bike lengths back from Yuki Ito. Good race pace from Kota. Great job as a stand-in from Yuki Ito. He's currently in 13th. We know he can do better than that. You get a nice drone shot of the circuit. Really good perspective here. This is a huge complex at Sugo with all kinds of motorsport events able to be held here, and the setting is just absolutely breathtaking. Aslan Shah in P9, 2 seconds off the best set by his teammate, and now he's looking at the back of Kota Arakawa's bike. So there's Reiterberger again. We haven't seen him on screen for a little while. But Haruki Noguchi is looking quick. Let's just see. He's closed in a little bit more on Markus Reiterberger with a lap that we didn't see. And Haruki Noguchi's just started another lap with the fastest sector time for him. In P1, he was fastest through sectors 2 and sectors 4 in the session in the last lap. Those are the fastest times for the whole session, and there we are, back with the drone, and a fantastic shot of those lush, dense forests that cover the mountains here in Miyagi Prefecture. Indeed, fun fact is that 3/4 of Japan is actually covered by forest. 3/4 of the land area. Markus Reiterberger, does he see the threat coming from Haruki Noguchi? No, he's going to come into the pits. With that huge aero device on the front there. Love it or hate it, that's what bikes I like these days. So an advantage of 0.36 of a second for Markus Reiterberger. Let's go back to the drone. Now that really is a good perspective there. If you can pick out the chicane right at the top of the circuit. Markus takes a look at the back of his bike there. Let's go back with Haruki Noguchi, who's threatening that P1, threatening a new lap record, another new lap record. Riding as he always does. Nicely tucked in, like he's a part of the machine. Knee and elbow down in unison, or almost elbow down. He doesn't quite do it most of the time, but you can just see from that crouch that he's got. It's so neat. and so effective, and gives him the fantastic corner speed that is one of his main strengths as a rider. Technically, that is. His other strengths as a rider include his mental attitude, which is really strong. Another lap in the 1:28, so great pace again from Haruki Noguchi as we watch him go through turn 1 and into the left-hander that starts the first sector of this lap around Sugo. So Haruki Noguchi on it. There's 4.5 minutes remaining until the checkered flag comes out. There are the eyes, and the eyes are on the prize, and the prize is, for the time being anyway, the top of the timing screens for this final ASB 1000 session of the day for the 2023 IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. Here he goes. He's got consistency, he's got aggression. His corner speed is probably better than any other riders in this championship as he takes that Honda around through the chicane, blasts his way up the hill. This isn't going to change the order, but it's another good lap. Let's stop the clock. Another lap in the mid 128s. So you can anticipate from the consistency and the speed that Haruki Noguchi is showing now in these late stages of free practice on Friday, what you can expect from him in the race. Of course, you can expect good qualifying, and he always gives his absolute best in the race and a bit more. There's Zakwan, good to see him back on screen. Difficult day for him with 2 crashes, currently in P10. Best time so far of 129.9. He acknowledged the uphill struggle, no pun intended, that he faces here at Sugo because of the quality of the opposition and also the errors that he's made so far. So another lap to complete, but it's in the mid 130s. So not yet finding the pace. And we don't know from those 2 crashes just how knocked about Zakwan is feeling. And unlike in other sports, the riders hide their injuries in motorcycle racing. Same could be said for Kazma Daniel, whose crash did look pretty heavy as well. Kazma doing rather better in P5 at the moment, 1.5 seconds off the best of Markus Reiterberger. 1 minute 40 seconds left. So just stay with Zakwan, another rider with a really neat, compact style that blends into the bike, and with the matching leathers makes it look almost like one entity. Lachlan Apis. It's good to speak to him earlier on when Yelena interviewed him. He's had a much better session this time. He's in P11 with the best time of 130.111, which was half a second better than he achieved in free practice 2. Markus Reiterberger also got really good pace out there. .30 seconds to the checkered flag. Zakwan is on a push here. He's mentally tough. He's physically really fit, really strong. And that is Aslan Shah getting out of the way for the quick riders going through. Looks like Aslan is going to settle with P7 in this session unless somebody bumps him down. Just behind him he's got Andy Farid and Zakwan's on the move at the moment, so that is possible that Aslan could get shoved down a little bit further in the order. Last time round the chicane for Zakwan Zaidi. I don't think he's going to improve his time, but let's see, unless he was very fast through the last sector. No, it was 1:30.1. So that's it for Zakwan Zaidi. Looks like a P9. Just behind him, 0.06 of a second is best time for Lachlan Epis. So good job by him. He's into the 1:29s. He's going to be happy with that. And look at those mountains from the drone shot. You can see there is a little bit of cloud around. The air is quite damp, but it's an amazing shot. It's an amazing complex we got here, and just a beautiful part of the world. So we have a bird's eye view of the chicane and the curved exit that leads onto that long uphill run to the finish line. But it is Marcus Reiterberger who has got the best time. It's going up pretty high now with the yeah, it really is up high now with the drone, but great to see get that perspective. So here it's confirmed, another lap record for Marcus Reiterberger, 1:27.884. That made him fastest. Next up was Haruki Noguchi, 0.362 behind him. Kota Arakawa, good session from him for Motoboom Honda. He was third. Takuma Kunimine, who we saw crashed, still finished fourth. Kazma Daniel, better session from him in the 129, mid 129s, P5. Sixth, Kazuki Akiyoshi. Seventh, Aslan Shah. Best performance from him today. And eighth, Andy Farid is Dihar. Ninth, Zakwan Zaidi. 10th, Lachlan Epis. Great last lap from him. And Shinichi Nakatomi, also in the 129s in P11. Yuki Ito, 129.9. 13th, Rei Toshima, who had a crash early in the session. Keisuke Maeda in 14th. And 15th, Anthony West on a 1:30.884 for Victor Racing. 16th, Jakrit Swangsawat for East NJT Racing. Choyu Joe was 17th, and there was no time recorded for the injured Pasawit Titi Wararak. And Pasawit, if you're listening, we wish you a speedy recovery. And so we're going to go down to Yulina now.
Right, second last one for the day, and we're with Marcus Reiterberger of the ASB 101XOX team, and you clocked a 1:27.884 today. It looks like you're going to take the title lead now. How do you feel about that?
Yes, the lap time was impressive. We made a few steps again in the bike. I feel I found a good tire combination, which I like. And the tire is more or less consistent a little bit. I lose some grip over the laps, so we have to improve this, but I think for the race and for the quali, we are there.
Good. We hope for a really good weekend for you this weekend, Marcus. Let's head on over to his teammate, Aslan Shah. Okay. Right, we'll catch up in just a bit. Oh, okay. He's okay. 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 Right. Okay, so we're sitting with Aslan Shah now, one of the stars of the ASB 1000 as well. Aslan, how are you feeling after day one in Sportsland Sugo?
I feel happy to be back here, but I'm not expected to be struggle this year because I have a very good bike. Just I think I need to find my rhythm and try to find a good, the best setup for the qualifying and race tomorrow.
Anyway, I hope that you find the settings that you're comfortable with. Thank you so much, Aslan. Right, stick around as we have the final qualifying for the day with the Underbone 150. Don't go anywhere.
Thanks, Yelena, and good to hear from Aslan Shah. He obviously expected a bit more of himself, as indeed we did. We're going to take a short break and we'll be back with the qualifying session for the Underbone 150s. So stay with us. This is the IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. Welcome back to Sportsland Sugo in Miyagi Prefecture. We are here. Suddenly it's the final race, the final session of the day. We're on board with Wawanwelo at the start of the qualifying session for the Underbone 150s. So from Wawan's bike, we're looking back there at the Thai rider, Pirapong Lupunpeng, number 14, for Team One for All. They're just coming out on their outlap right now. There are some spots of rain. I did just put my nose outside the commentary box, and the air is a little bit damp. So the lap times that we saw earlier, we did see a new lap record set, first of all by Murabo Vitoni in free practice 1. And then we saw that beaten by Nazrul Izzat in free practice 2. So the best time ever around this Sugo circuit by an Underbone 150 is 145.766, and that was Nazrul for Uma Racing Yamaha Maju Motor Asia team. But as you can see, the conditions are mixed. Essentially that doesn't matter too much, because the real point of qualifying in Underbones is to find the fastest 15, because the fastest 15 end up in a Super Pole competition tomorrow morning, on Saturday morning, to compete for the first 15 grid places. So whether it's wet or dry, in a sense, doesn't matter too much. The imperative is to get yourself into the fastest 15. It's going through there, the two Cardinals bikes led by Izzat Zaidi. There's Pirapong on the orange bike, white helmet, number 14. Nazrul Izzat in the middle of that group, and a hand up from one of the riders there. His engine's gone. There's a puff of blue smoke. He needs to get off to the side and get out of the way. So it's an engine gone early in the session. Couldn't see from that distance who it was. So that is, he doesn't run that race number, I don't think, in this one. So I'm not sure whether that might have been Nazrul. Let's have a look. As the timing's come up. Timing screen is active now, and it is Nazrul at the top with the best lap of 147.54. in what could turn out to be tricky conditions, as another of the Uma Racing bikes went straight on at that turn. So things are getting a little difficult out there. These bikes run Moto 3 tyres, so they're slicks. You can go faster than you think on slicks because they are so sticky in the wet. But beyond a certain point, it does get really treacherous. There's championship leader on the right there on the black bike, number 38, Wawanwelo. Next to him, number 17, Haziq Farouz. And Hafisa Rofa, second fastest currently. They're only 2 seconds slower than they were in free practice 2. So let's see how much of an effect the spotty, kind of drizzly conditions, almost like misty rain, how much they're affecting it. So first with the chicane there was Pirapong, being chased by Fahmi Bassam. I'm sorry, no, that was Dimash Juli who was chasing him. As the rest of the pack haul itself up the hill. There's Pascal, number 53. So 2 Thai riders running in the Team One for All, which is the Japanese team. So interesting combination there. But the team owner, Wichi Wee, also works as a technical advisor for the Thai Yamaha team. It seems the conditions are not really affecting anybody here. Murabul Vitoni, who was the first to break the lap record this morning, he's jumped to the top of the timesheets. There's ever any doubt about his speed. They have one of the Vietnamese riders who's just gone past, Dimas Julie, as did Gupita Krishna. Dimas Julie just goes off to one side, trying to find himself some space on the track, as is the rider on the 1XOX machine just behind him. I think that was Shafiq Rasool. But here's a group that means business. So the trick in qualifying, well, the objective is to get yourself into the top 15. But the trick is to get enough of a slipstream, enough of a tow from the other riders around you to get yourself a good lap time. We're looking back again from Wawanwelo. And at the front of that group, Vietnamese rider Nguyen Antoine. And he's leading Wawanwelo, the championship leader. And just behind him is Gupita Krishna, 2 times champion, now with the 4 S1M Filipino team. I think this is his second, or possibly, I think, second season with that team. Looking again at the some of the top speeds, which are always interesting to look at, compare between the classes. But the fastest top speed does belong to Nazrul, who's got himself back to the top. There he is, number 87. And his fastest speed was 168. And actually, Ahmad Fazli Sham. Oh, and a big crash there. I think that was one of the Uma bikes. The bike certainly got badly smashed up in that. It wasn't Nazrul, because there he is, number 87. Chasing Nguyen Antoine, the Vietnamese rider on the Honda. We'll see who that was shortly, who had that off. But now it's Nazrul who leads across the line as the marshals drag that bike out of the foam fencing. In fact, I don't think it was an Uma machine. No, we can't see what it was here. And we can't see where the rider went. So let's take a look. Here he goes. So it's right, and the rider went off in another direction. Hopefully he was okay. Though again, we couldn't quite make out which bike that was. But it looked as though the rider was clear of any trouble. Although he did have a bit of a tumble through the gravel there, so he will be feeling a bit sore. Red flag for that incident. There could be debris on the track. So the riders are going to have to come in. As we were just getting into the meat of this qualifying session. So a cruise round for the riders out on track. And return to pit lane is on the cards. So we've had a few red flags today. 4 or possibly 5, I think. I should have counted, but we don't normally get so many. But all in the interests of safety, so if there is anything left on the track, it can be cleared before it causes or becomes a hazard for anyone. It's John Emerson and Guito coming in on the number 22 machine, the 4S1M, teammate of Gupita Krishna, and turning into a very formidable rider himself, John Emerson Minguito. Just looking at his best time so far, 1:48.6. So as the riders come back in, we haven't got the clock showing on the screen at the moment, so I'm not sure where we were. We were somewhere in the middle of that session. Yeah, there's 19 minutes and 55 seconds remaining.
Remaining time will be 20 minutes. Remaining time will be 20 minutes. 残り時間20分の走行となります。
So plenty of time, and the pit lane will open again in just 2 minutes at 17:50. That's Japanese time. So Wawanwelo with the big number 38 on his back. As people look around, there are hoods up there. There's no tyre changes happening, so no speculation on the weather. They've got tyre warmers on. That's Dimas Julie's pit there, LFN. So they've got Dimas Julie, they've got Murabil Vitoni. So really impressive lineup for LFN, who are new to ARRC just in 2022. And 1 minute until the pit lane reopens, and there'll be 20 minutes left in this session, so 2/3 of it. Yeah, go. Gupita Krishna's pit there. That's the number 23 bike. Number 22 just next to it is the machine of John Emerson Inguito. One Indonesian, one Filipino in the Filipino team. There's UMA Racing, which is split between UMA Malaysia and UMA Philippines. Honda Vietnam. Nice shots of these bikes and riders as we just heard the whistle for the restart of this session. Izzat Zaidi gets his tyre warmers taken off, and the bike dropped down onto the tarmac off the axle stand. Wawanwelo seems to suddenly realise, oh whoops, I need to get out on track, so hurries to get his gloves on. A little bit of wind coming up there as well. It was quite a still day earlier, so these are probably the most difficult conditions we've seen today, and I'm including the rain showers in AP250. So it's a little bit colder now. So back up onto the axle stands for Izzat. He's just going to wait. And now in the 1XOX TKKR pit. 3 bikes there, Shafiq Rasol, Ahmad Fazli Sham and Hafisa Rofa. All showing near enough to the front to indicate their competitiveness that we see in every single race is undiminished. So what those guys need to do now is to get themselves into the top 15. Time is ticking down on this qualifying session. Now 18 minutes left. Cardinals racing. Back to 4S1M. The riders are waiting for something from this angle. We can't see quite what it is, but I think they're eager to get out there. So there goes Gupita, followed by John Emerson and Guito. There are the two Thai riders for Team One for All, Pirapong and Pascon. But Arash Tsunami sitting it out in the pits. Perhaps Tsunami doesn't fancy the damp weather out there. So 3 bikes for Cardinals this time around. Yeah, he's having some fairing replaced there. I'm not sure if that was him that went off. I think the bike was more badly damaged than that one looked like. And we're on board again with Wawanwelo, looking back at Dimas Juliet Mocha, number 202. One of the quickest riders today. And a rider maturing and starting to bring expectation that he's going to get some good finishes and become a championship contender. But oh my goodness, this is a slow trip. Almost like a funeral cortege for these riders. So there'll be a lot of tutting and head shaking going on in race control. Well, they've now used up 4 minutes of the 20 minutes they had remaining. And yeah, perhaps as the producer just commented, they don't need really that much time, which is probably true. They normally pull the pin in the last few minutes. Shafiq Rasol goes through there. Murabul Vitoni 157. Pirapong, Pascon, and the rest cruise their way through. So let's just hope that nobody coming up behind. Let's just hope nobody is coming up quickly from behind that's just decided they want to actually go racing. So who's gonna blink first? Oh, and here he comes. It looks like one of the 1X2X machines, and it looks like it's probably Fazli Sham. There he goes. Thank you, my friend. Go on, Fazli. There he goes. There he goes. So that should wake everybody up. And there goes the veteran, legend of underbone racing, Ahmad Fazli Sham. Before the red flag came out, he was in P7 in this session. And now he starts a flying lap. And if the other bikes don't start to get a move on, he's going to catch them up by the time he gets to the end of this lap. But he's seen an opportunity, clear track, to get a good lap in. And he's nothing if not a wily rider. Currently, as the order looks, Nazarul sits at the top, 146.766, and in the all-important 15th cut-off place is Haziq Farouz, 1.9 seconds slower. As we stay there with Fazli, he's got another rider behind him. Oh, and there's another rider down, and that is Wawanwelo. Wawanwelo has hit the gravel. He's shaking his right wrist. Hopefully that's only to move the gravel, if he's got some gravel down the gauntlet. Hopefully that doesn't mean anything else. push the bike out of harm's way. Good work by the marshals. Meanwhile, Ahmad Fazli Sham has pulled the pin at the front, and he's got behind him, not sure who that is. Let's take a look as they come through the chicane. My eyes are watering. But Shafiq Rasol for 1XOX is currently second, Hafiz Arofa fifth, Fazli in seventh, and he's going to complete the flying lap now. It was a 149.9. We're not sure of the conditions now, so it's difficult to compare. But that is in fact Murabul Vitoni on the LFN machine just behind him. So two riders we know are really quick. Murabul Vitoni, when the red flag came out, was third with a best lap of 147.4. So if the track's got any wetter during the break, then the first 10 minutes will have counted. But let's see. And there's another bunch just out for a ride around the mountains. And in fact, we saw a wolf hanging around one of the gravel traps earlier. So if those guys don't speed up, the wolf could probably catch them. So here go two All for One riders, just behind Dimas Julie, I think that was, and another rider gets it wrong on that difficult downhill braking section and runs off. John Emerson in Guito just splits up the two Team One for All Thai riders, Pirapong and Pascon. One of the Cardinals' bikes, that's Izzat Zaidi, is just behind them. And then we've got one of the three musketeers from 1XOX TKKR, and that is Hafiz Arofa. I think one of the most exciting riders in this class. But he's sitting up and doesn't really want to get involved in the group in front of him. Pulls off a tear off. So unhurried there, and Izzat Zaidi goes really wide there. It looks like he's having a chat with Hafiz Arofa. Yeah, it's definitely colder now than it was earlier as we look at Fahmi Basam, the number 222 for LFN, wildcard for this round in the gravel. Tyre warmer's been lovingly, Nazaroy's in the pits, with the tyre warmer's been lovingly cuddled onto the Moto3 tyres to keep them nice and warm. Bit of extra body warmth from the mechanic. And there is Wayuachi Trilaksana. We haven't seen too much of him today, but he was quick in FP2. And it looks like he's getting a move on now. There he is, number 60. So far in this session, he is fourth, which is more than good enough for the Superpole shootout. There's one of the Vietnamese Hondas just behind him, but Wayuachi is pulling away from that. '22 champion. It's his second championship. So we take another look. The number 60 on the front of that bike is not as easy to spot as it might be, I have to say. But the bike does look good when it's sitting in pit lane. It's really nicely turned out. He was with Team 1XOX TKKR last year. Now he's with his own team that he runs in the Indonesian Championship, and has decided to bring his team onto the international stage with ARRC. Seems like a nice career move for the two-time champion. Very much paddling his own canoe. That would have worked better if it had been raining. So the only rider really to get anywhere close to Nazarul's time, the 1:46.766, is Shafiq, who did that, I do believe, before the red flag. Speaking of whom, there he goes. Another spell with 8 minutes remaining for Nazarul. Back with Waiwaji Trelaksana. It's Fazli Sham, looking a little more leisurely than he did when we saw him earlier. Oh, and another bike down. The cold conditions are really catching people out, and that is Waiwaji Trelaksana through the gravel. Tries to bang his bars back into shape. Let's see if he can ride it again, but that will be his day done. He won't get back out and do a competitive time within the next 7 minutes, but his job should be good enough to get into the top 15 comfortably for him. As another bike goes down, I'm not sure what's happening out there, whether the track is getting damp or whether it is just cold. But that's John Emerson in Guito. That time, yeah, it is a wet track. So yeah, so it's rain on one part of the track that seems to be causing the problem. So it could be that those lap times, on that basis, logic says that those lap times are not going to be improved. So these guys might as well come into the pits and call it a session. So this top 15 should stand. Nazarul remaining at the top. Yeah, most of those bikes are coming in. There's really no point in continuing at this stage. So there's 2 seconds, 1.9 seconds spanning the top 15. Nazarul at the top, Haziq Farouz at the bottom of that group. John Emerson in Guito, we just saw crash, is in 14th. In comes Hafisa Rofa. Back into the pits for Hafisa. Hafisa in 5th, we can safely say. Comfortably makes the cut for Super Pole. And there is Waiwaji. Oh no, I'm sorry, there's John Emerson in Guito. Confused with the number of bikes that have crashed. They park it just next to an UMA machine. And so, the sign language working well, yeah. So he's still got five minutes remaining, but we're not going to see any more action in this session. LFN back in there. Murabel Vitoni has had a fantastic day for LFN. Fahmi Bassam has also had a pretty good day, but Fahmi has not made the cut for Super... Oh, yes, he has. I beg your pardon, he's in 13th. And happily still upright is number 87. Nazarul Izzat, number 17. Haziq Farouz, and number 98 Izzat Zaidi. All of whom will be in tomorrow morning's Super Pole shootout. So they will surely come into the pits after they get through the chicane. So, in fact, I made a mistake. That's Hazik Hamdan who's in 15th, the number 78, not Hazik Farouz. Number 17, Hazik Farouz, is actually in 16th. So the Uma rider, Hazik Farouz, didn't make the cut for Super Pole as these guys come in. Disappearing into the misty rain at the high point of this course. There's a 70-meter elevation difference from lowest to highest here at Sugo. But another very good day's work for Nazrul Izzat and Uma Racing. And that is Fazrul Sham back in the pits there. Fazrul qualified for Super Pole, finished 11th in that session. Fazrul looks like a rider who's going back out. So, you better stay with it. And indeed, a few more riders going out as well. They won't complete a lap before the checkered flag comes out. Oh, actually, they probably will because of where the position of the pit lane exit. But on the other hand, it's slippery. They're putting their feet down to test the surface grip. So this is really just a little trundle around Dimas Julie 202, followed by the 3 TKKR machines. Shafiq Rasol, the last of those. But I can't really fathom the reason that those guys have gone out. Hopefully they're enjoying it. So looking at the riders out here, two of the 3 1XOX TKKR riders have won races this season. Afisa Rofa won in Malaysia at Sepang. Shafiq Rasol won the very first race of the season at Chang International Circuit. And the checkered flag is about to be waved as we count down to the checkered flag. Here it comes. That's it. The session is officially over. In fact, it was over 5 or 6 minutes ago. So we're going to go down to Yulina.
Right, well done Nazirul Izzat. I know that it's gotten a little colder. It's also raining outside. Tetapi Nazirul masih dapat menunggang dengan baik. Okay, tetap dapat menunggang dengan baik walaupun keadaan cuaca telah berubah secara mendadak. Jadi tolong berikan kami atau tolong berkongsi sedikit komen tentang sesi kelayakan Nazirul tadi.
Alhamdulillah, first kali saya terima kasih pada my mechanic dan bos saya dan tim saya. So tadi first dah nak keluar, cuaca agak sejuk dan hujan dah mula turun sedikit dan saya keluar agak lambat sedikit untuk posisi yang belakang. So masa tu saya untuk terus buat time tak boleh tunggu sebab saya tahu akan jadi tayak akan jadi sejuk. So nak push agak susah. So saya terus push dan saya alhamdulillah dapat letak tu.
Bagus. Jadi kami harap Nazirul dapat buat dengan baiklah hujung minggu. Ada apa-apa harapan bagi hujung minggu ni? Memandangkan cuaca sangat tidak menentukan.
Saya tidak pasti. Saya harap kalau diberi rezeki untuk menaiki podium, saya naik podium lah. So saya akan cuba buat yang terbaik sebab 1 sampai 25 semuanya fight. So cubalah yang terbaik. Itu je. Terima kasih.
Okay, baik. Terima kasih dan selamat berjaya Nazrul. Alright guys, that is almost it for the day, but stay tuned with us. Don't go anywhere. I'm going to send this back to Barry.
Many thanks, Yulina. Fantastic job today from Yulina. Let's take a look at the results for qualifying. So it is Nazrul. Israel Izzat, 1:46. Shafiq Rasol was second. Third, Marabul Vitoni, who's been good all day. Wayu Ajitrilaktana. Then Hafiz Arofa. Pirapong Louis Peng was 6th. 7th, Ahmad Fazli Shaman. 8th, Demas Juliet Moko. Another great day for him. 9th was Iz Saidi. 10th was Wawan Wello. Aman Fazrul Sham. Followed by, in 12th place, Gupita Krishna. Fahmi Bassam. And 14th, John Emerson Nguito. 15th, Haziq Hamdan. 16th, Haziq Farouz, just missing the cut for Super Pole. Nguyen Antoine after him. 18th, Charles Shazras. 19th is Amikmal. 20th, Pacharagon. 21, Pascon. 22, Arash Tsunami Kamarudin. And going on to the last page, we had Nguyen Hutri, and there was no time recorded for Giancarlo Maurizio or for April King Moscado. So that's it from us from Sugo International Circuit. Thanks very much to Yulina and to Des for bringing me a little bit of relief earlier this afternoon. And thanks to everybody in the production team. It's been a fantastic day. We're going to kick off again early tomorrow morning. So we're looking forward to seeing you then. So join us tomorrow at 8:20, where we'll kick off with the qualifying for the TVS Asia 1 make. Thank you. I'm Barry Russell, and this is the IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship.
IDEMITSU engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. the highest quality engine oils in the history of IDEMITSU. IDEMITSU IFG7, flagship engine oil nano-tailored for high-precision engines. Enhanced performance in 7 ways with super protective septic guard technology, the accumulated wisdom of oil experts. Anti-power loss nanotech keeps your engine performing at its peak for extended periods in harsh conditions. Beat the heat. IDEMITSU IFG7. IDEMITSU engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of IDEMITSU. IDEMITSU IFG7, flagship engine oil nano-tailored for high-precision engines. Enhanced performance in 7 ways with super protective septic guard technology, the